here. Where is my mouse? Hello, everybody. Arith, hype and good cheer to all. I love that. What makes me think of why can't I think of the phrase? But it's like, I guess it's just Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Hype trains to all, and to all a good night. Hello, Arith. Hello, Magistrate Ironlong. Thank you for the gift sub. Mako Foggy Wall now has a gift sub. Can somebody tag Foggy Wall and tell them they have a gift sub, and to make sure that their Twitch and Discord are connected? Hello, Bitzer. And Mako has also gifted a sub to Bitzer. That was weird. The notification for the gift sub came after Bitzer said thanks. Let's see. Maybe the kitty has a mouse? I don't know what you're referring to. Hello, Death's Head. Thank you for the cheer. Oh, I love that Twitch is doing a thing where they match cheers. I think that is great. Thank you. So thank you, Twitch. Thank you, Hellenic. I know that you can't talk, but I guess that doesn't put cheering off the table, which I'm very grateful for. Yeah, Twitch being the first time chat on Twitch. It is great. Let me see something. Okay. I knew that there was a question that was submitted last time, so it is funnily very short. So let me just type that in on the question page. Okie dokie. Go back up to the top. Oh yeah, that was wrong. Even when I got everything. Oh, I got everything ready early, and yet I'm still having to do a couple things first. Okay, I think that should be right now. Okie dokie. Oh, thank you for the cheers, Mako, and Twitch, and Ghoulish, and Twitch. Very much appreciate that. That's already won. That is lovely. Kind of sounds like I said we've already won, WON, but that works too. Alrighty, Roo. So welcome to the stream. If you are new here, here's how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. Then we all write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. Then at the end of the week on Saturday, 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 of them are guaranteed. They will be read no matter what. And 4 of them are encores. Those can be unlocked through cheering. We have a calculating Wolf, Mako, and Death's Head who will tell us when we have unlocked a story. It is much appreciated when you do that, excuse me. It is appreciated by the people who get their stories unlocked. It is appreciated by me. It is just a lovely thing to do. So yeah, there are 4 that you can unlock in this way. And the other 4 are guaranteed submissions. So how you get guaranteed is by being a supporter. So on Discord, there is the first tier, the $3 tier of Bookworm. And that allows you to submit prompts to the Prompt Suggestions channel. Do you need to go, Bo? Alright, so yes, that lets you submit prompts. And then we have the Cocooned tier on both Twitch and Discord. That is the $5 tier. And it allows you to submit prompts. You will be in the guaranteeds when you're picked to be read. You can submit 2 stories. And, is that it? I feel like I've been doing this a lot, where I feel like there should be more, and then there isn't. And then the transformed tier gets all of those perks, and then when you submit a prompt, you can submit up to 7 words instead of up to 5. And then you can submit 3 stories instead of only 2. You could also have a tag for your universe if you so desire it. And I feel like there's one more thing that I'm missing. But yeah, you get all those things. And it's a great time. And then also you get some perks for the Halloween contest. If you don't know about the Halloween contest, I am hosting a Halloween contest on the Discord. The word limit is higher. You can write something up to 3,500 words. I always get confused about the 3,500 versus 3,500. But yes, that amount. And you can submit more if you are the different. You can submit more stories if you are one of the higher tiers. So, yes, I see another cheer. Thank you for the cheer, Mako and Twitch. You're going to need to count the Twitch bits in their own column, or else my spreadsheet is going to get stupid and error prone. Is that all right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but that sounds fine to me. Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. If Twitch bits should count or not. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, and we're even without them, we're passed on because of the gift subs. Gotcha. 83% of the way towards Encore 2 if gift subs still count. Nice. I say yes because they. Did you get stuff? Oh, I see. They're bits going into your pockets. Fair enough. Fair enough. Bits are bits, even if they are Twitch bits. We have collected all the level 1 emotes, apparently. Can somebody tell Foggy how to redeem? I don't know if Foggy is on the stream right now or just in Discord. Let's see. The source of the bits matters not. Alright. Yeah, that seems right to let Twitch help you unlock stories because we're on their website. Fair. Twitch is supporting themselves in a way. Feel the bits flow through you. Amazing. Alrighty, Rue. Yeah, that just all of a sudden made me realize that in the past, Tale Foundry, when Benji was doing this, there was a little animation that would come up on the screen when the bits flowed, and that went away when everything fell apart, and I never thought to put it back, so I should think about going and finding if I can find out how to do the bar again and those things. But anywho, our prompt for this week was Some Angels Have Fangs, and I'm really happy with what you guys did with this prompt. I think there are some great stories that are going to lead to some great discussion. So here is our list. We have for our guaranteed stories, Arith Winterfell, Hellenic Taoist, Hemming Sebastian Bane, and Lilladyeva. Then for our encores, we have Azo, Spectre, Shinny, and Reincarnator. I think it needs to be bigger. And thank you for the cheer, Deathshead. Really appreciate it. Alrighty, Rue. And I have written down the words this time, so you guys can tell me at the end of the stream, did you like that I added the word count, or did you not? And let me check if there's a cat at the door before we start. I see no cat. I was thinking about getting the cat cam out again, but I'm scared because it made it lag last time, but there is a kitty here. I don't know if you hear me patting her belly. Alrighty. I feel like I'm missing something, but I don't think I am, so let's begin. A Pact by Arith Winterfell. 345 words. 347 with edit. I grew up in Adenar, the fast-hold of men, and set out into the wider labyrinth to find a better life for myself than a mere peasant boy. I had dreamed of becoming a sorcerer, and that required one key thing. You must partake in the blood of a Fey noble. I had wandered the labyrinth for years, and now I found a Fey noblewoman who would at last hear my plea. Some pledged themselves to Fey nobles, becoming part of their schemes. Others fed on dying Fey they found. Some even killed Fey lords and feasted on them to gain power. I was willing to pledge myself to one of the countless Fey nobles and their infinite machinations, to be somebody. I would reach great heights of power with this, not die in some hovel. The Fey noblewoman, Alitrea, entered her throne room, and I respectfully knelt. She looked like the sculptures of the angels in the church back in Adenar, sans the feathery wings. A face of unapproachable beauty, yet a face with cheeks like smooth river stone made of exquisite marble. Most startling were her dark eyes, all black, seemingly without iris or pupil. "I know why you have come, human," she said into my mind, without uttering a word. Then she paused. "Yes, I will grant your request." My heart soared. "Hold out your arm." Her words passed through my mind again. I obeyed eagerly. Then Alitrea did something unexpected. She bit down on her lip, causing a trickle of blood to run down her chin. Then she opened her mouth. It was fanged and full of blood. With unearthly speed, she was upon me and sank her fangs into my arm, mixing her blood into my veins. A shock went through my body, and I slipped into darkness. I awoke with her standing over me, her chin still dripping with blood, and with an amused smile, she said, "Go back to your people. Be the someone you long to be with your newfound power. And when I call, you will answer." Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Let me make sure. Yep. Yeah, somebody tell Foggy that he would be purple and have the cocooned in silk thing, or a twitching cocoon actually, if they were, so they're not. and potentially give him instructions on how to link them. I realized that I wrote this down here to remind myself, and then I forgot to say it. So a little thing happened during practice, which annoyed me greatly, which is that I was practicing, and then all of a sudden, the computer crashed, but in a weird way. It wasn't just like everything froze. At first, it was like Discord was frozen, and it just... like, when I hovered my mouse over it, I could not click on anything. It was just stuck in one state. And so I was like, And I closed it, and it wouldn't restart. It wouldn't, I mean, when I tried to restart it, the same thing would happen. And so I was like, it's feeling like something's off here. And then I went to go save the stories to the Word document so that I could restart the computer. And when I tried to hit save as, a little notification came up that seemed to be saying something was wrong with the save. But it was blank. There was nothing on the notification at all. It was just like, save as, and then the X, and then whiteness. And so I was like, And so I was like, I sincerely hope that you save yourself, because it often does that. It often will just save it when you restart. And so I restarted, and it, in fact, did not save. And so, luckily, I did manage to... the last thing I managed to do before I restarted the computer is I copied the stories and emailed them to myself so I wouldn't have to copy them from Discord again. So at least I got the stories. But, A, I lost my comments, and B, any edits that I had made in blue up to that point didn't transfer to the email in blue. And so I think there are some edits that I made and put in blue that I can't remember anymore to put them back in blue because it just copied wrong. So yeah, and I think I was able to successfully remake my comments, at least for the most part, but that's just a little FYI that did happen, and if there's any weirdness with either the edits or the comments, that's why. Thank you guys. And thank you for all the hearts. Very cute. Let's see. Did the gift sub go to the wrong foggy wall? Are there two? I didn't know there were two. And then I guess while I'm talking about edits, so this is the edit that I added, but I just realized that she probably didn't say it out loud, that she probably said it in his mind, so, and I could have added in his mind. I did have 3 words to use, so I should have said that, but I just did it because the sentence originally was, I woke with her standing over me, period, capital H. Her chin still dripping with blood and with an amused smile, period. Go back to your people. And so that wasn't accurate, and so I just changed it to make it flow better and make the grammar work. So that's why that happened. My Twitch derped. I'm back now. I'm glad you survived the derpening. Hello, Decoy and Lilladyeva. Welcome, welcome. Oh, good edit, Arith says. Glad to hear that. Did you have any questions, Arith? I don't believe I saw any on the actual story. But yeah, let's just get into it. So I really like this story, and the thing that I like most about this story is just this really cool idea. I really love the idea of, in order to become a sorcerer, you have to ingest the blood of a Fey noble. Like, I don't know if that's something that's been done in other fantasy stories, but it's not something I myself have ever seen. And so I just think that's super cool, because I think it's often like, you're born with magic, or you have to learn magic, or either are an option. But the idea that there's kind of some, I don't know, darkness or violence in the very acquiring of magic, and that you have to take the blood and drink it and change, what kind of a creature you are, to have magical power, I think is really interesting and cool, and I think you should explore this world more, because I think this can create a super cool world. So I really like that. One question I did have is that when I initially read it, I was just like, okay, yeah, like the Fae are maybe a little different in this world. Like the Fae, maybe a little vampiric. I'm cool with that. But I think it was in one of the reviews that somebody mentioned, like, maybe the Fae are vampires, and it's just kind of propaganda that they're like, yeah, we're the wonderful, illustrious Fae. We're totally not vampires. And I think that also works. I think either one works. Either one is really cool, but I'm really curious which one it was meant to be. Okay, Arith has no specific questions, just wants to know thoughts and feelings. Gotcha. Yeah, so I am curious if you guys in the chat had that thought of, like, are they vampires, or were you like, no, they're totally Fae, and I'm curious what the intention was by Arith. So, let's see it. Yeah, I think that's this comment. And it also really reminds me of the scene in the first Harry Potter where Voldemort is drinking the blood of a unicorn. I don't think it's the same idea, because in that case, it's like, this is a pure and innocent and beautiful creature that you have to kill and ingest, and I don't think that the Fae are pure and good and innocent. But it has these similar vibes of, like, you have to go out there and do this potentially violent or dark act to get the power that you want, and I think that's a really cool thing. Well, I don't think it is fixed, because you're still pink. You need to be purple. Somebody who has the twitching cocoon one, just like comment in the Discord to show what color you're meant to be. All right. So I just absolutely love this idea, and I love how you explored it here, and I would be curious to see you explore it even more in more stories in this universe. Speaking of this universe, so this isn't something that bothered me at first, but this is, this might have been another one from the reviews, actually. So this didn't bother me at first, but I do think that there is something a little bit odd about the fact that a labyrinth is usually more of like a trial that you enter. It's like, this is a terrible place, but I have to go through it to get the prize at the end. Which can work if it's like, oh yes, the Fae set up a labyrinth and I have to go through it to get to them. Because yeah, the Fae are tricksy little creatures. And I think that you said that the labyrinth is actually the world, that's the world is. And that is really interesting. That is, I would be curious to see that explored too. However, that is one of those things where it's like, there's a ever so slight amount of, I don't know if confusion is too strong, but something adjacent to that, in the fact that that usually we don't think of our world as being a labyrinth, and so just saying, I set out into the wider labyrinth to find a better life, sounds a little odd to the ear of someone who finds the labyrinths to usually be this terrible thing. And so I think either adding a little bit more, like you could quite simply say, I set out into the wider world, the wider labyrinth, and I think we'd be like, okay, the labyrinth is the world. And another thing that you could do is just remove it and just say, I set out into the world, because the labyrinth isn't really explored that much, and so you could just say, I went out into the world, and that would work perfectly well. Yay! There you go. Now you're purple. Okie dokie. Are you guys and gals trying to get me to start back with submission? Maybe. Alright. Okay, so this was another thing that I thought was just really interesting and cool from, like, an idea and world building standpoint. And I do think that, like, the image of them finding dying Fae is maybe part of what gave me that unicorn image. But I really like the ideas and the imagery here. It's like, how would you do that? Well, some pledge themselves and they become part of their schemes. That sounds like that could have benefits, but also could have some pretty big drawbacks. Others fed on dying Fae they found. Like, that's a really interesting image, because it's kind of like, I don't know, it's a different kind. They each have their benefits and their downsides, right? Because pledging yourself, you don't have to kill anything unless they ask you to. But you don't have to kill a Fae to make that happen. It's a much more amicable way to do this. But then you're becoming a servant or just a slave to what they want you to do, which could be an issue. And then feeding on dying Fae is this very creepy, like, almost zombie-like image of, like, yeah, I found this rotting corpse in the woods, and I just proceeded to eat it, you know. It's this very dark image, and I like it for that. And then killing the Fae Lords is like, well, that would be pretty hard, and might make you some enemies, and you also might not succeed, and so that feels particularly dangerous. But maybe the best option in the end, because you aren't a slave to anybody and you're not feasting on a rotting corpse in the woods. At least it's fresh. These are the things that we say in this group. Well, at least the corpse is fresh. But anyway, so I do really like this part. There is a bit of a critique that I have. Well, before I get to the critique of it, there's something that's kind of a question, which is that these two, none of the options are completely foolproof or, you know, completely ethical. However, feeding on a dying Fae or killing a Fae Lord does kind of sound better than becoming a slave to a Fae. And I guess as I'm saying that, I guess it really depends, because maybe there are some Fae who are actually good people, and we'll talk about that question later, but maybe there are some Fae who are actually good and who won't make you do horrible things, or who will actually let you live your life for the most part. And, you know, like I said, maybe you will get killed trying to fight a Fae Lord. So now maybe I'm amending my question. So maybe what I'm thinking is, as creepy as it is, it does feel like finding a dying Fae and nomming on that corpse. Oh, I guess as I'm thinking about it does say dying, so they're not rotting. They are dying, so it's the unethicalness is more of like, oh wow, look, a dying person. You know, which is, you know, I guess that's more terrifying than, I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just terrifying in a different way, to finding a rotting corpse and eating it. Again, the weird things that you say. Yeah, so it feels like finding a dying Fae and nomming on it, as like unethical as that might be, does seem like the most foolproof option that gives you power without you being enslaved. And so I am curious if that was the intention, that it's like, yeah, that's kind of the best choice, or if you did want it to seem more like, no, they're all viable and they all have, like, problems. And either way is fine. It's not a critique, just, like, things that I'm clearly thinking about way too much. But the actual critique that I have for this part is that this line of some pledge themselves to Fae nobles, becoming part of their schemes, for a couple reasons, makes it sound like this is not what our main character plans to do, or did. One is that some pledge themselves to Fae nobles. Sounds like outside of me. Some people, not me. Now I'm thinking of How to Train a Dragon and Gavra being like, some people are wondering what the plan is. You know, not me. That kind of thing. But anyways, so even just that phrasing of some sounds like these are people outside of me. But there's also a slight level of, like, maybe some judgment in there of, like, some pledge themselves to Fae nobles, becoming part of their schemes. Like, what losers. They are part of the schemes. Totally not me, you know. So there's that. But then there's also the element of, usually when you have a list like this and it's like, some did this, some did that, some did that, I'm doing option 4. That's usually how it goes. Not, some did this, some did that, some did this other thing. I did the first one. I did this. Not usually how you would do that. Like, I think that going for, like, some fed on dying Fae they found. Others even killed Fae Lords and feasted on their powers. I chose a less violent route, or I chose to pledge myself to a Fae noble and become a part of her schemes. I think that would work better. And I guess while I'm talking about that, I'll also talk about another thing that came up because of that, which is that the first time I read it, this kind of read like it was meant to be a twist. It's like, uh-oh, like you're in deep now. Like you are a servant and or slave to her now. But it isn't actually a twist to our main character, because he's like, yeah, I'm gonna pledge myself, so I'm aware that this is the deal. And I don't think that's necessarily a problem, but I am curious what your intention was there. If you wanted this to be a twist, or if you very much wanted it to be like, no, yeah, like, we know this is the deal. Because I do think that if this was a twist, like, it hits a little bit harder. But at the same time, if you are going for more of that, no, we know this is the deal, then that does make things seem a lot more amicable and a bit less evil. So it kind of depends on what you're wanting there. So for Throne Room, this is kind of a nitpicky critique, but this is a very solid story, so most of my critiques are pretty nitpicky. when I first read it, and I'm finding more and more that I my first readings are not as good as I want them to be. But when I first read it, I recalled the throne room, and I left the story thinking this was a Fae queen, and then I came back to it the second time, and I'm like, it says noblewoman like 10 times or more. Why did I think that she was a queen? And I think it's quite simply that the throne room, that image is very strong. And so I don't think it's wrong to say that a noble has like a throne. I don't think that's something out of the realm of possibility. But it also doesn't really feel right. Like being royalty, having a throne room feels different from being like a duke and just having your nice mansion, you know? So it's not a huge problem, but it was something that kind of is a little bit of a mixed signal on what class or level she's at. I'm really curious what you guys thought of the direct angel image. I'm a little bit torn on it because in one sense I really like it, and if that wasn't the prompt, I would have been like, this is a great image, I love it. But the fact that I know it's the prompt, there is a slight element of like, there's the prompt. And I think it would work fine without it. We could be like, yeah, like she's the Fae, she's the angel. So I'm curious what you guys thought, if you guys liked it, or if you were like, felt like it was a little more obvious with the prompt and it would have been better without it. I lean more towards like it, but I think it could be an interesting discussion. So I like the image of her face, like smooth river stones. I can totally feel that they're super smooth and nice. There's a little oddness to the image of her face with cheeks like smooth riverstone made of exquisite marble. It kind of has the image of like, her face was like stone, like this other stone. And so I don't know exactly how you do it, but maybe something like smoothed river marble, I think would sound a little more natural than smooth river stone. Okay, I have my stone. Made of exquisite marble. Okay, throw that one out, new stone. Different thing, you know. It's kind of reads like it's meant to be a second metaphor, but it's not. It's just like clarifying what kind of stone it is. But yeah, I think having it be quicker and more like smooth river marble, I think would work better. I do like the spookiness of that image. I do really like her talking into his mind. That very much adds to how like otherworldly, angelic, and like kind of terrifying she is. I like that a lot. I will say I don't know if this is something that I talk about in the streams a lot, but it is something I talk about in like critique group and more novel type things, or at least I have been recently. So there are many ways that you can notate thoughts, and I don't think any of them are explicitly wrong. So you can have double quotes, you can have single quotes, you can have italics, and you can have nothing. You can just have it be the thing with no other notation. And I am of the opinion that double quotes is not a great way to convey thoughts, because it can extremely easily be mistaken for speech. And so, at least for me, when I read a book and it's like, here's this thing in quotes, I'm like, okay, somebody's speaking, he thought. And I have to like rejigger my brain, and I'll have to do that pretty much every time that happens. And this one works a bit better because she is talking. She's just talking inside of his head. And so I don't think it's like as grievous of an issue as it could be because of that. But I do think that saying this, I know why you have come, human, she said into my mind without uttering a word. I do think that would work better. I do think that would emphasize her otherworldliness more, because this is very clearly a thought. And I know that I think the italics thing is a little bit new, and so I might be more of a youngin' who's more used to the italics. But how I, as I understand it, of course you have italics used for emphasis, for like a word or something like that. But generally, if you've got like full sentences in italics, there's tends to be three options. It's a dream, it's a memory, it's a thought. And the thought thing is the most common one. And so I think generally, and you guys can say if you disagree, if anybody came across this and you did not say anything about the mind, then we would probably go, something's up with her speech. We may not immediately know what's going on, but we would know this is not said normally. And then if it was him thinking, like if you just had like, I don't know, wow, I'm so excited, and you have that in italics and you don't say he thought, then I think that pretty much anybody reading that would immediately go, that was something he thought. And so I'm a huge advocate for using italics. And because to me, the highest, or so on like the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, on what a reader needs when they are reading your story, is the bottom level, like the most necessary level, is they need to understand the story. And so to me, when you're figuring out how you want to notate something, the thing that's going to be the easiest to understand and catch is generally the one that you should go with. There could be other reasons you might want to use something else, but in general, I'd say that's a good rule of thumb, that it's like, is this going to be the clearest? Is like which option that I have is going to be the most clear? Generally, I would say that for thoughts, italics are going to be the most clear. And like I said, any of them are valid. Any of them work. I've seen all of them, and any of them can be fine. But in the interest of being the most understandable, then having it be in italics, I think, is the easiest one for readers to immediately understand. This is not something that's like a huge problem with your story. Like I said, especially because she is talking, like it's not a huge deal. But especially because I've had that on my mind because of another story I've been critiquing. It was just something I wanted to say because I feel like it could be just helpful in general. But anyways, moving on from that. And I do like that you clarified again, because especially with the quotes format, if you had not clarified this a second time, I would have thought, okay, these ones were in his head, this one was out loud. And granted, I guess I thought I was moving on from the topic, but I'm not. And granted, if this was in italics, because you have established she's talking in his head, you wouldn't actually need to clarify it again, because we would get, aha, italics, thought it was established she's talking in his head, that was notated the same way. I get that this is her talking in his head. But because you didn't go for that, I'm very grateful that you clarified it again, because I think that is very necessary and a good thing to do, even though it does cost you words. That was very helpful. Oh yeah, so I do really like the more vampiric image of her biting her lip and biting his arm. I do like that. I have a bit of a critique for this part, which is just she did something unexpected. And there are two reasons I have a critique for that. One is that this is the sentence it occurs in, and the sentence ends. And so it reads as, she did something super unexpected. She bit her lip. And I'm well aware that it's meant to be the whole thing. The whole thing is unexpected. But it feels a little weird to be like, guys, something really weird happened. Wow, what happened? She bit her lip. So I think that problem would go away if this was a giant sentence. If it was like that, or you just found a way to continue it as one sentence. Well, I don't know. As I say that, I might still have the same critique, but I think that would help a lot if the sentence didn't end. But the second aspect of it is, like, on the one hand, I get why it's unexpected because, like, yeah, fangs, arm biting, you know, kind of. If that's not what you're thinking is going to happen, then you might be a little weirded out. At the same time, you know that you need Fey blood in your own veins to have power. You know that there's some dark and spooky aspects of this, that you might be nomming on a corpse. I feel like it's not too much of a jump to think, yeah, she's gonna bite me. She's gonna bite herself and bite me. That doesn't seem, and maybe that's just because I'm familiar with vampires, but that doesn't seem too unexpected. And the funny thing is, something less violent, I think, would be more unexpected. So, like, if she bites her lip and then rushes over and kisses him, I think that would be way more unexpected. And as I was practicing last night, I was just thinking of the phrase of "wasn't expecting kisses today," which, if I don't submit that for a prompt, somebody remind me, because I think that one could genuinely make a good prompt. But anyway, so yeah, like, oh, there's this beautiful, amazing, angelic creature, and then she comes down and kisses him, then that would be more unexpected. Now, granted, wouldn't fit the prompt as well, because going full ham on the Fang image, for sure, fits the prompt very well. And kissing him might seem more angelic. Though I guess as I'm saying that, I guess a way that you could do it is she bites down on her lip with her fangs. Like, you see she has fangs. She bites down on her lip. She opens her mouth. It's full of blood and fangs. And he's like, oh, terrifying. And then she kisses him with that fangy mouth. I think that totally would work and be unexpected. So I do really like the image that you have here. I think I don't have any problems with the image itself. It's just that she did something unexpected. It tripped me up ever so slightly. And I like her amused smile. I think that's fun because she seemed a lot more serious and terrifying. And so in the end, where it's like, yep, I think is fun. It's also very interesting to me that she says, go back to your people, be the someone you long to be with your newfound power. I think that's really cool because I think, well, I don't know exactly what your intention with her was. If you were wanting her to come across as very, like, oh, she's spooky, evil, terrifying, and powerful. Or if you were like, yeah, she is all those things, but she's also kind of nice. Like, she also genuinely cares or is cool with him doing his thing. And the second one was more of the impression I got from this line. Because she could easily just be like, go back to your people, but when I call, you will answer. And just leave off that middle part. But the fact that she added that in reads like, especially because he used that exact phrasing inside of his head, to be somebody that, and so the fact that she repeats it and she's like, yes, with my power, you can be somebody. Go ahead. Like, I am cool with you using my power however you want to use it. But, make sure you come back when I call. So I'm curious how you intended that line to read. That also reminds me of going back to the vampire thing. As far as I recall, usually when you get power from a vampire, you get specifically vampire-y powers. That it could be like mind control or the ability to turn into a bat and stuff like that. Generally, I don't think it's like telekinesis or fire magic and stuff like that. And when you say sorcerer, I tend to think like, yes, moving objects, using the elements, casting spells, all those different things, which isn't quite the same as what I think of as like being granted power by a vampire. So once again, I'm kind of curious what the powers one receives are, how you intended that to read. All right. That's great. Wolf. Now think of an idea that people with ADHD encountered a Fae as a young child. Fae, excuse me, can I have your attention? Child, sure. Fae, thank you. Leaves. Child, that was weird. Ooh, bird. That's great. Nice. All right. Okay, let's go over here. They're living Fae rather than undead vampires. The specific Fae are this particular way. Not all of them do that. Interesting. So is it the specific, like, noble class of Fae, or is it like a clan of Fae or something like that? Yeah, Mako. D&D especially divides them pretty clearly. Wizard, learned it, spellbooks. Sorcerer, a small genetic loan of 1,000,000 mana. From Joecat. Warlock, made a pact with a being of greater power. Yeah, exactly. Bard insults you so hard it hurts. Great. Arith says, the Fae are more wild, as in animalistic, savage, while still being noble, elegant. Yeah, I definitely got that image, for sure. And I guess that tends to be a vampire-y image, and so that could be part of why it seemed a little vampiric. Which says, I mean, there are the Lilladyeva, fairies that drink blood in exchange for artistic inspiration. Oh, that's an interesting idea. I tend to be terrible at coming back to the Wikipedia articles, but please stick to the Wikipedia article for that in the stream chat. Shorten your life, but make amazing art. I mean, that does sound like the life of an artist. Arith says, in this case, the world's wilderness is a vast world-spanning labyrinth. Some of foresty, some of it stone, but all of it a shifting maze. Though some areas like Adenar are a clearing in the maze where there are fields and the town city itself. Gotcha. That is interesting, for sure. I do still stand by what I said, that I feel like that's really cool, but also not something you really had the words to explain, so maybe taking it out would be better, and then using another story to explore that in depth. Interesting. Murder is better than being a slave. I mean, it to be clear, it depends. Sometimes being a slave might be better, and that's probably the direction I would go myself. Yeah, seems like trying to kill a Fey Lord versus that Fey Lord killing you, indeed. Before you can spec into Sorcerer, you have to take a level in Vulture. I'm glad I made you laugh. Marks me comes in, Kaylee. Oh look, a dying corpse! Oh no. The best part to come in on. Arith, drinking the blood of a dying Fae is basically just desecrating the dying person from the Fae point of view. So like killing when it creates enemies. Gotcha. That does make sense. I'm curious, would it create more or less enemies than killing one? Yeah, the standard Amita experience. Arith says, we know this is the deal rather than a twist. It's just that the deal is open-ended as to what will actually be asked in the end, so it's a big if. Gotcha. So the twist, well, it's not really a twist, but the spooky, ominous part at the end is more of, we don't know what she's gonna ask, and then, like, you're my pet now. It says, yeah, I can understand the confusion. I meant Alatrea to be a lesser noble, not a ruler over lots of subjects, but powerful enough to have subjects and rule over a region, just not a large region. Gotcha. Well, yes, that's what, for example, dukes do. Okay, so I was wrong. So dukes do have thrones? It's more of specifically the throne image than, because yeah, like nobles totally do like rule over a section. It's very specifically just the throne room. That's interesting. English says the Balban Sith, it was kind of a cautionary tale. In Scottish folklore, if you go up into the Highlands in the early morning, you can make a wish. However, if you don't ask for God's protection, that wish can be twisted. So they were the result of lonely men yearning for female companionship. He said they were like succubus demons earlier. I wish for a woman. Oh, hello, woman. Let's smooch. Oh no, now she's eating my heart. Wait, so if you ask for God's protection, then it's like cool, you just get to have your sexy times and you don't get eaten? Or is it like, no, like God bans the sexy times, but hey, like you can talk for a little bit? But that is like, that is a fun thing where it's like, oh sure, yeah, you can go make your wish for whatever you want. Just make sure you ask for God's protection. This feel like something that's come up a lot lately. What are you referring to? Are you talking about the thoughts in italics thing? Arith says, thank you for the feedback, and I may rewrite it later into italics. The ending of what she said is also telepathic. Yeah, so I guess that is a thing that you repeated it here, which I think was good, but you didn't even have this there. You had nothing, and so even though I read the earlier part and should know that it was telepathic, I saw the quotes and immediately went, she said. My original intention was that her biting her lip was unexpected because he wasn't expecting this way of doing so. I think he expected more of a chalice of her blood or so on. But then I went for something more savage of biting him. Still, what you're saying is interesting. I'm trying to think how I feel, because I agree that I got that image of like, oh, he was probably expecting like a chalice or something like that. But it still feels a little odd to be like, wow, something real unexpected happened. She bit her lip. I think it's just that it's such a small action, and so that can be unexpected, certainly, especially, and I guess maybe in that case, maybe just going for, I expected her to cut her arm or like, dribble her blood into a goblet or something like that. But she did something unexpected. She bit her lip. I think that might work a little bit better. I think it's just the fact that, like, I mean, and it also could be because, like, I bite my lip all the time. You've probably seen me do it more than I should in streams. And so it's like, that's not really a strange thing to do. And so I totally get that it's like, it's more than a normal biting of your lip. Like, she's specifically doing a whole process that is weird, and it all starts with the biting the lip being weird. And I don't know if I'm explaining things well. I think it's just that the action is so small that it feels weird to have such a big build-up, if that makes sense. We're at 2 encores. That's awesome. Thank you guys so much. Her adding that at the end is her recognizing he is really at this quest because he fears being a nobody, so she knows he wants this power to be somebody, even if it ultimately means being a pawn to the Fae. It is ultimately unknown what she will really ask of him. Ooh, I like that. I do think I, like, got a bit of that, but I think if you emphasize that, then a little bit more, I think that's a really cool idea. Because, and this is interesting, because this not die in some hovel thing kind of threw me, but I couldn't figure out what to say about it because it's fine. But as we're talking about this, I think just ending on, I would plunge myself to one of the countless Fae nobles and their infinite machinations to be somebody, and just end there. Then I think that actually would emphasize that a little bit more. I did catch it, as you saw, but I think ending there and being like, this is the important thing. Because ending on not die in some hovel makes it seem like, okay, like I guess you lived in a hovel, and I guess it's really important that you have a nice house, as opposed to, this is the thing. Like, it's not about the house, it's not about he lived in the poor district, it's about being somebody. And so I think that would emphasize that a little bit more. And I don't know, there could be another way you could phrase it that's a little more general. Like, you could use more of a, back home in Adenar, I was nobody, but pledging myself to a Fey nobleman, I would finally be somebody. You could maybe do that. Maybe that would feel a little too much, but that's definitely, I think, would work better than talking about dying in some hovel, that talking about specifically that idea of being nobody, I think feels a bit more transcendent and emphasizes that idea more. But yeah, I do really like her recognizing that and going, I see your fear, tiny human, that you're afraid of being a nobody, and you will go so far as to become a slave of the Fae if it makes you somebody. That's really interesting. It was just more like, now I'll find a wife. That's great. So it's like, you don't ask for God's protection, you go up on the hill, you have your sexy times, and then your heart gets eaten. But then if you go up there and you ask for God's protection, then you actually find a wife and she doesn't eat you. Do the creatures actually turn out human if you ask for God's protection, or do they still have like the hooves and stuff? What I meant is that dukes rule a land and its people, but wouldn't have a throne room. Most nobles are in charge of managing, if not ruling, at least some amount of land and people. Yes, okay, that was the image I had as well. Scotland do be where the Presbyterian Church comes from. Did the ad already passed, or is it coming now? Oh yeah, so the Tremere can do fire stuff with their blood magic. Is that from Vampire the Masquerade? I don't know if I should wait for the ad to occur or if it's already gone. Because I definitely don't want to start a new story if the ad is coming. I said it was coming. The ad, I mean. Okay, gotcha. It's coming. It's gonna show up. Because thank you so much for submitting, Arith. Really liked this story, and I would be very curious to read more about these specific characters as well as just this universe at large. And there's the ad. Let's see here. Let's see how quickly I can plug in the camera and if it will work. So that you can, I gotta be over here. Okay. Okay. Well, I turned on the... Turned it on, but... Okay, let's go over here. Haha! Uh-oh. Did that make it go away? Okay. But yeah, there's the cat. Oh, she's all dark. She's the opposite of me. I glow, and Bella is all dark now. Oh, why does she look so huge? Oh, yes, there's the kitty. I don't have it on the... Do you guys want me to keep the... Oops. Do you want me to keep it like that with just like her nose and a mountain of fluff, or shall I turn it off until I can get a better angle? Oh Lord, it's coming! Yeah. It's funny, we're all like batting down the hatches. Hold on to something. The ad's coming! Yes, it's just floof. Alright. Aw, nice. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that there's a better... How long is the cord? Can I... No? Oh no, you're all tangled. host, everyone. Yes, exactly. Go away, headphones. You're making things difficult. Okay. Oh, it's this one that's gonna be the problem. Oh no, I don't think it's gonna work. Come on. I want to put it here. I can show you. I want to put it over there on that shelf. But I don't think that I have the reach to do it. So yeah, I guess you just get floof for now. Get floof and a nose. It did create lag before, so maybe I'll turn it off, and when she does something, then I'll turn it back on again. All right. Let us go on to our next story. Yes. Oh, the Yeti. Nice. Okay. And I know, I think I might have said this, I know Hellenic can't actually answer questions. I'll read to you why. But we can still discuss the story in the chat. Alright. Let Me Sleep, Man in Rags by Hellenic Taoist. Content warning, self-harm. 340 words. My first human lover called me an angel. I had to comb through his mind to find out what the word meant. The first definition, the eldritch and puissant servants of heaven's order, wasn't a perfect fit. Eldritch, yes. Puissant, naturally. But I was a god of the underworld, a servant only unto the house of sleep. As for the second definition, winged holy light elementals, well, I did have wings. Then I encountered Guardian Angel. It was some murky mixture of the above, with the added injunction, one who protects the innocent. And he was innocent. Innocent and bright, my pure exemplar of mortal beauty. What's more, he needed protection. So I began claiming habitation of his body from time to time. First, I silenced the teacher who had crushed my beloved's voice. Next, I isolated the boys who drove my lamb into self-isolation. Then I made the father who struck him unable to strike anyone. But soon I began to understand why Lord Erebus used to say that the mortal world is no longer a place for divine justice. The villagers accused me of being a demon and branded my lamb a witch. The peril grew until nothing short of a massacre could turn aside the assault meant for him. So, in the dead of night, I claimed habitation of my beloved once more, and spirited him away. For 4 nights I ran, faster than he could have run without my help, searching for a place where my love would be safe and protected. I only retreated during the daylight hours, so he could find sustenance, and so I could fly home and keep up appearances. Yet at the breath of dusk on the 5th night, I returned to find my beloved curled on the floor with his hand bleeding, his face streaked with tears and his eyes clenched in misery. On the bathroom mirror, writ in his precious blood, was the urgent mandate, "Let me sleep." In that moment, I doubted that I was any kind of angel. Throw up those moths and monsters, cheer for the story if you loved it. Well, maybe you can see your face now. Kind of. Oh, it's just so close. Alright, what? Foggy with the coffee drinking gif. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. Oh, I was wondering why Twitch didn't match it, but I think it said that they only matched the 300 and up ones. What was that? Writing book. Is that the process of how you create a book? Writing book. Anyways, I really loved this story, Hellenic. I think you did a great job with it. So I'll just read Hellenic's note here. This idea has been at the back of my mind for ages now, and I'm kind of relieved at having this chance to let it all out. The word limit was going to be way too short to fully elaborate everything I had in mind for this piece, so I decided to just lean into that and embrace adding an element of mystery. Certain details I've kept as vague as possible on purpose, such as what the unholy ghost did that turned the village against him and his lover. I did not read that properly before. I did not realize that this was the same universe, because I thought that was the Confessions of an Office Spellcaster world. Is Man in Rags the same universe as Confessions of an Office Spellcaster? That's fascinating. I was actually having a lot of trouble with this piece during my first draft, but things started to come together over the past 2 days. I got rid of a few lore/world-building details that I didn't have space to expound upon. The chief exception is the mention of Lord Erebus, who, according to Greek mythology, is as likely to be just an abstract concept as a deity in their own right. See also the goddess Nyx. This story has a special significance for me, as it makes certain reference to the way that I commune with the gods in my praxis as a pagan. How does a being with a mind incomprehensibly vast communicate with a tiny mortal? Make a collage out of the thought pieces they find already there in the mortal's head. Relatedly, I'm going to be embarking on a vow of silence from the 13th to the 24th, so if you have any burning questions you want to ask about the story, be sure to ask them now, as I won't be able to answer any questions during this weekend stream, nor even at the backup readings. Hope you enjoyed. And I was gonna listen to this or watch it, but I totally forgot. So it is unfortunate that it's like a day or two after it started. But if you want to answer any of the if you are listening and if you want to answer any of the questions after your vow of silence, then feel free to tag me. And FYI, like anybody who in the stream chat or the writing group chat or wherever tags me and is like, "Hi, thank you for reading the story. I saw it and here's like my response." I always read those. I'm not always very good at replying to them, generally because they will come on Sunday, and Sundays are kind of a busy day for me. But I always see them and I always appreciate them. So you can totally feel free to be like, "Here are my answers," when you are able to answer. But anywho, and it doesn't look like there is really any questions here. This is more of just explaining the story, which works too. But yeah, I think that for the most part, like the edits you made really were to the story's benefit. Like I'll talk about any of the things that like that I have critiques for, but I think like for the most part it's very coherent, and much like Arith's, it's most of my critiques are a bit more nitpicky. There aren't a whole lot of like big things that I have to critique about it, because I think it worked really well and you did a good job with it. So let's begin. And I will say that the title very much caught me. That even from the beginning of the week when you posted it, I was like, what's this about? And especially because it has a content warning on it, I was like, I'm a little scared. But I found I really loved it. So I guess that's something to consider. If you want me to raise an eyebrow, put your title in all caps. But anyways, so just going from the beginning. So my first human lover called me an angel. So I have a big praise for this, but also kind of a big critique for it. So I think this is like one of the best first lines that I've encountered in a while, because this really well conveys what's going to happen during the story, and it perfectly mirrors the ending line. And so I think that's really cool, especially because it's like you have that where like he called me an angel. Doesn't mean I am an angel, it's just something that he called me. And so the whole story is kind of exploring that and going like, hey, here are my angelic properties. But then as you continue the story, you're like, I'm seeing some more like fanged properties as the story goes on and on. And so I think that is a really perfect first line. However, the critique that I have for it is that the biggest question / confusion of the piece is that generally, like, I explain this. Generally, you have like corporeal beings and non-corporeal beings, and depending on what your lore is, angels and gods and those sorts of things, they can be corporeal, they can be non-corporeal. Like, either of those things can work for these beings. The thing that makes it a bit confusing is that he seems like he's both. That, because if his first human lover could call him anything, that means that he can see him, which kind of immediately reads as, this is a corporeal being, it has a corporeal body that has wings on it, it can be seen, it can be called things. But possession is very much a non-corporeal thing. Like, this is a spirit being that goes into a physical person's body. And so it works if you have a... I could totally see, like, having lore that is both. That it's like, this is a being that has a corporeal form, but can also go into spirit form and then possess people. But because that's not a very familiar idea, it's a bit confusing. That was the thing that threw me the most about the story. So I think the thing is that if you didn't have it at the beginning, that saying that they're lovers and that he could call him something, then we would be like, okay, yeah, like this is a non-corporeal creature that can possess someone. And it would read more like, oh yes, like, I'm looking down from my spirit realm, I see this person, I really like this person, I'm gonna protect them. Then I think that would be a little bit more understandable for newcomers. But that does have the problem of it doesn't work as well with that amazing first line. It wouldn't create as good of a first line. And I do wonder, without that first line, if that would have caused its own issues and confusion. So, I don't know, I'm a bit torn on that. And so I guess as I'm thinking about it, like, maybe just some way to mention that it's like, yeah, I've got a physical form and also a spiritual form. Like, I don't know if that would feel clunky or take too many words or something. But as I'm talking about it, that's feeling like the best option. I do really like this idea of he's looking through his mind and going like, oh, you're an angel. Okay, what's an angel? And then looking through his mind and going, okay, I see, like, this is the idea, that kind of fits, doesn't really fit. Oh, here's a new definition. That kind of fits, kind of doesn't. Aha, this definition fits pretty well. I think that's really cool, and I like that idea of going like, yeah, like, I'm eldritch, I'm puissant, but I'm not really a servant of Heaven's order. Yeah, I'm winged, but I'm not really a holy thing. I'm not a light elemental. But I do protect the innocent. I think that's really cool. I like that progression a lot. This one's a bit more nitpicky. I have never actually heard the word puissant, or if I have it, I forgot it. And this is definitely feels like one of those times where I don't really see a benefit to using the more confusing word. And I have asked multiple people and nobody I've talked to has known this word. And so this does feel like and I looked it up and it just means powerful. And so because the word isn't something super like specific or niche that there's no better word to describe it, I do feel like using the more well-known word of just eldritch and powerful servants of Heaven's order would work better and wouldn't leave as much room for people to trip on it or have a blank there. And I do like the voice in like, eldritch, yes, like, powerful, naturally, like, that's fun. Excuse me, that's a cool, that is a cool voice thing. I think that, and that is like a really, that is a really good way to convey voice, because you're conveying voice with just one word and one reaction. So I think that is really cool. So I guess I will say that, so you talked about how, let's go back to your note. How does a being with a mind incomprehensibly vast communicate with a tiny mortal? Make a collage out of the thought pieces they find already there in the mortal's head. That's really cool. I like that a lot. And I'm not trying to critique, like, your actual beliefs or anything like that. But I did want to say that in the story itself, I didn't really get that exact image. It read more of like kind of doing a mental Google search, more of like, what is the definition of angel? And finding the definitions in his mind. And like, I do think that does work. Like I said, I had no problem with with all of this. I don't have a problem with it seeming Google searchy. But if you were going for this idea of like, it's more of a collage, that putting things together than like, aha, I have found the definitions and I found the one that fits me, you know. I didn't really get the collage image, and I also, it didn't seem like this is the way he was communicating with him. That it seemed more like I said, it's just like, okay, interesting word. Let's find out what that word means, and I'm gonna look through your mind to find out what it means. Not so much not so much like this is how we're talking. And like I said, both work. I'm totally fine with what you had, but I do think that would have been so cool if you went harder on that image of like, they don't talk. Like they don't, this being doesn't like talk with its mouth to their lover. He talks through his mind, and he talks through putting things together inside of his head and creating pictures and like a collage inside of his head. That's really cool. And like, granted, it might have been too complicated of a concept to use anyways. But that, I definitely think that's something worth exploring even more in more stories. Or in an edit if you wanted to. But like I said, I have no problem with how you did it. It was just, I think I've talked about this before, that my job as somebody who's critiquing you is always to always to get your desires across, your meanings, your desires for the story, and trying to help you get that better across. And I realize as I'm saying that, I guess there's kind of two sides to it. One is, what is the author's goal for this, and how do we get that to come across better? And then the other part is, well, I guess it's kind of related, but it's, how does the reader feel about this, and how do we make this understandable for the reader? And I guess that is kind of the same thing in the end, where it's like, we have the author's intention, we have the reader's reading, and I'm kind of sitting here in the bridge going, okay, this intention didn't get across, and so how do we bridge that gap? How do we get that across? Or like, this other thing came across, how do we eliminate that other thing, you know, that kind of thing. And so the reason I'm talking about this is because if that was the intention, was to convey more of a collage idea, more of a this is how we're communicating idea, that didn't really quite come through. But I also liked what did come through, and so it all depends on what you wanted. But anyways, going forward. And I do like, if I haven't said it, I do like that it's the protect the innocent thing that he lands on, that feels like, yeah, that's me. And even though you can tell, like, especially as the story goes on, there's some spookiness here. There's some darkness here. That is rather endearing, and that is a cool thing to be like, this is the one that fits. And I do like the cadence of, like, he was innocent. He needed protection. I think that just flows super well. And I like murky mixture of the above. I think that's a cool phrasing too. I also like the word habitation. I think that is a good way to use, because I talk about like how in these short stories that it's best to use the most generally understandable word to the audience, because we have to write these as one-offs. We have to write these as if people don't know your universe, and so using a universe-specific word, if there's a more general word, usually my advice is going to be to use a more general word, because that will help people in the writing group who don't know your universe understand it better, and you don't lose a whole lot by doing that. In this case, this isn't a universe-specific word, and that's part of why it works. But in this case, like, possession would be the more general term that we all know. But habitation is a word of itself. It's not a universe-only word. And it really works because it seems to... It's a step removed from possession. Because if you just said, yeah, I claim possession of his body, it'd be like, sounding a little demonic, buddy. But saying I claimed habitation shows that, like, he's distancing himself from the idea of, like, demonic possession, just going like, no, I'm just claiming habitation. Like, that's all. I'm helping. I think that works very well. I also really like the cadence and the pacing of 4 nights and then the 5th. I think that works really well. This whole paragraph works very well. And then I really like the ending. It's very powerful. And I absolutely love that last line of, like, at the beginning, it's like, hey, I guess I'm an angel, or I guess I'm angel-like to my lover. And then having the end be, I don't think I'm an angel. I think it's really cool because something I'll talk about often is that the quote of every villain is a hero in his own mind. That somebody who is able to recognize, oh, what I'm doing is kind of evil. What I'm doing is not angelic. That actually makes them, like, well, I guess I'll use hero and villain. If somebody is like, what I'm doing is kind of villainous, then that actually puts them more on the hero side. It doesn't necessarily erase the villainy or the evil, but it shows, hey, you recognize that what you're doing isn't okay, and that's something that a hero does. But somebody who's like, no, I'm great, what I'm doing is the best, and it's totally not evil, then that puts them more on the villain side, because they're not even recognizing or admitting that what they're doing is evil. And so that last line is very endearing and makes you go, maybe there's actually hope for this character, that they're not all bad, that maybe they do actually have some angelic properties, because they recognize that they're not an angel, which is really neat. And like I said, I love the bookends. I think that works really well. And I think it's especially cool because it is, my lover called me an angel. And so it's not just like, to the world at large, I was an angel. And he is kind of talking more general of like, like, oh, okay, I do have wings, I'm very powerful. And so, like, these parts are a little more general, and this one is more specific. And that is kind of the point of a guardian angel, is that it usually is a very, like, singular relationship. You have your guardian angel. But anyways, and so having it be the lover who conveys to him, hey, maybe you're not an angel. Maybe this is a problem, I think works super well. That it's not just a general thing, but, like, the person who called me an angel is now having a reaction that they would not be having if I were an angel. And so that makes them realize. I think that's really cool. And the image is very powerful, that just writing "Let me sleep in blood," like that works very well for me. The only thing that gives me pause is I don't really know why it had to be blood, that it feels like it could be just like writing in the notebook, or like I said, why not use a Post-it? This definitely read as not modern, but especially if it is modern, like if you wrote it in a Post-it and like put it on his forehead, it would not be as striking or as powerful. But the question is just, why couldn't he do that? You know, why does he have to relieve himself of some of his precious blood to do it? Or did he recognize that's actually why... Oh, interesting. I didn't think about that. Is that why that got through to the unholy ghost? That if he hadn't used his blood, he'd be like, we need to keep running. We need to keep running, bud. But because it's like, no, like, I will go so far as to take some of my blood that you consider so precious. I will use that to convey this message. Is that actually why it came through? Is that why it was like, oh, maybe I'm not as great as I thought I was. Maybe I'm not helping like I thought I was.
Oh, sneeze. Oh, sneezy kitty. Oh, where's the camera? There's a little sneezy kitty.
Yeah, you can see her walk by.
What are you doing?
What are you doing, cat? I love that you're getting two angles of this now.
Oh, are you going to the chair now?
Maybe. Can I actually put the... Well, there's a tail. Can't really show her very well. There's your kitty, your dose of kittiness. But anyway, so yeah, that could work if that is meant to be the intent. That it's like, if it was just written in a notebook or something, it'd be like, nah, I still need to protect you. Round 5. But because it was his blood, then that's why he realized that could work, but it's not entirely clear. And so there is that question of why did he cut himself? Why didn't he why didn't he use something gentler? And I guess, like, especially with that content warning of self-harm, I definitely, like, when I see the content warning for self-harm, I definitely think of this as more like, this is somebody who's kind of in the realm of suicidal kind of thing. This is somebody who is cutting themselves, or otherwise, like, they want to hurt themselves for whatever reason. I generally don't think of it as, like, I need to cut myself to pass through the magic seal. You know, even though that is technically self-harm, I generally don't think of that. When I see the content warning self-harm, I generally don't think that's what's coming. And this felt like that, of like, okay, like, I had to cut myself to write the message. But as I'm thinking about it, maybe that could also be the intent. That maybe it is like, yes, this was a self-harm thing. He was wanting to harm himself, maybe because of what the unholy ghost is doing. And so that also could be part of it. And it's like, oh, the unholy ghost realizes, I have brought him to the place where he wants to harm himself. I'm not really okay with that, because I want to protect him. And so I am now doing the opposite. That could make sense too. So yeah, so I think any of those could work, but I guess the critique is just quite simply that need a little bit of something to make it clear. And now I know how many words you had, so I do think you could use those 10 words to either convey what I said before about the corporeal, non-corporeal thing, or convey why he had to do that. I think the corporeal, non-corporeal thing is a little more important, but that is another option. And then I am wondering about the let me sleep thing. I have many feelings about this, because I really like the I don't know if saying it's a lightity is too strong, but like a lightity is the opposite of a hyperbole, that it's saying something small for something really big. And so it kind of has that vibe that it's like, this is a really, like, huge things are happening, and what he says is, let me sleep. And like, I like the kind of lightity aspect of that. But at the same time, like, there's also an element of maybe it's literal, that I don't know if that's meant to imply his mind is awake the entire time. Like, it could be he is seeing everything that the unholy ghost is doing. That it's not like you go inside your own head and you're basically asleep there. It's like, no, I'm seeing everything. There's also a potential element of like, sure, you can run faster than I could have ever run, but when I wake up in the morning, I feel the soreness. Like, I don't have the supernatural ability to not get sore. You're still in my body, like, and my body still feels the effects. That could be it. It could be both. I'm not quite sure and it could be neither. So I'm very curious what you intended that to mean. But something that I realized only after a couple of readings is that I recognize this where'd it go? As a god of the underworld, servant only unto the house of sleep. And I assume that Erebus is meant to be like the Lord of Sleep, basically. I mean, I guess you maybe you did say something about Hypnos somewhere. But this, I don't know if it was intended or not, but that's really cool. Like, I really like that connection of there is one person or one entity or whatever that is lord over me. It's sleep. And that is what the beloved is asking for in the end. That's really cool. Like, that gives me goosebumps. I like that a lot. So I'm also curious, how you guys felt about the let me sleep thing, because something that did occur when I was talking this over with my dad is that he actually felt that lighty thing a little too strongly, a little too literally, that he was feeling like he just killed a bunch of people using your body. You should be reacting more strongly than that. And so I'm curious if anybody else had that issue with it, that if you were like, I don't know why he's asking for sleep. He should be asking for something much bigger than sleep. So me personally, that did not bother me. I like I said, I liked that aspect of it, and I did feel like there were actually, like, yes, if he is awake, either mind, body, or both, that is a very valid request. It is very valid to ask to sleep, and I it's hard to convey what I like so much about it, but it's just, I guess to me, like, if it was something that was bigger, even if it was something like, I hate you, or, go away, or something like that, I don't think that would have been as powerful. It's like that specificity of, I just want to sleep. Like, just stop doing this, and not asking simply to stop, not asking, get away from me, not saying I hate you, like, none of those things. It's just like, you are using my body too much. You are taxing me too much. Please let me sleep. That I think is really interesting. And I like that. And something that, going back, let's see, where was that? So I did really like your phrasings here of, like, he was silenced, so his voice was crushed, so I silenced her. He was isolated, so I isolated them. He struck my beloved, so I will make it so he can't strike anyone. I really like the mirroring throughout that, and I totally get how you may have needed to make it vague for the word count, and so I do think that it works. But at the same time, not knowing what exactly is going on does put some questions there that could, and I do think that's, not knowing what's going on is part of why my dad was like, I feel like he should be reacting more strongly than asking for sleep. Because it could be like, silenced could, like, all of these could mean death. Silenced could mean death, isolated could mean death, and unable to strike anyone could mean death. Or they could be gentler. It could be, like, I don't know, that he either physically or magically, like, muted her, made sure that she could not talk. And like maybe for the boys, he just like put them in a cave for a little bit and they were rescued and they're fine now. And it could be that like maybe he cut off his hand instead of killing him or something like that. There's a lot of different options, and I do have mixed feelings about that. In the one hand, I like the vagueness of it and think it works. In another, it does, I guess part of it is that you can't tell how fanged, how demonic the unholy ghost is, because of it. Because it is different if it's just like, oh yeah, like we stuck them in a cave for a bit, but they're fine now. That's quite different from like, yes, like we put them in prison forever and they're gonna die in there. You know, that those are very different things, especially because he is using his beloved's body to do it. And so if he's doing particularly horrifying things, that makes him like much more like fanged and evil seeming. And so if you weren't wanting that potential, like, oh no, like this was real bad, it was killing people, then I do think that finding some way to be clearer would help. And that is another option for how you could have used those 10 words as well. And then, oh yeah, so I don't know why I missed stuff in the middle. I really liked this idea of, I began to understand why Lord Erebus used to say that the mortal world is no longer a place for divine justice. Nothing short of a massacre could turn the tide. I really like this idea, and granted, I probably partially like it because I kind of use it myself in my own story, but if you guys recall, in my story for a few weeks ago, with Savion and Peter, one of my options for one of the dialogues was Savion saying, if you want to get rid of evil, or if you want to stop people from being evil, you have to kill the entire human race. And this very much is that kind of idea where it's like, yeah, like you can get your justice and you can kill a couple people or cripple them or whatever it is, but then they're gonna, like, if they're alive, they're gonna want revenge on you. Or if they are dead, then the people the people who love them are gonna come after you, you know. They're going to think things about you. They're going to think that you're a demon or a witch or both. And they're gonna go after you. And so it comes a point where it's like, okay, I got the justice. And then there's another person that you need to get justice on. Okay, I got justice on them. There's another one. And so it's like, it comes to a point where it's like, yeah, I could kill all of them and that would get rid of the problem, but I don't really want to do that anymore. Like, it's gotten huge and out of hand. And so I like that. I think that works very well. And it's cool when, like, it kind of has this vibe of, like, the gods changing and maturing with the times and stuff like that, where it's, like, instead of it just being like, yep, we smited people 100 years ago and we smite people today, but rather having this idea of, yeah, we used to smite people. It's not really a place to do that anymore. That doesn't really work anymore. I think that's really interesting, and I like that a lot. And I also like the specificity of, they accused me of being a demon and branded my lamb a witch. That phrasing is really great, and I like that. I think it's interesting, the distinction that they actually know that he is being possessed by something. And I do like the word accused, that it's not like, because you could have used like branded for that one as well, or switch them. And I there's something I really like about it with the image of, I'm an angel, and then they're accusing me of being an angel, they're of being a demon, they're accusing me of this crime, you know. I think is really cool. And then using brand for the lover, and using the word my lamb, like, that just works super well. I think that is most of the things. Is there anything from their note I didn't talk about? So yeah, I guess I don't know what the other drafts look like, but it's been a while since I've talked about it, so I guess I'll talk about it, that this potentially, depending on what the other drafts were, could could be a really good example of I don't know what's going on in the not so private chat. But anyways, wow, I totally lost my train of thought. I remember now. So generally, I feel like when you're writing something inside of a universe, a lot of times less is more. A lot of the times you'll be like, I would like to include all of these things from my universe, and there's so much context that you need, and I'd like to explain all the context. But taking away that context and taking away the universe specific things and like generally works better. And so, and of course it depends. And as I always say, like, there is a balance between too much context and too little context. So there are things that you absolutely are going to need that context and explanation for. I guess a good example would be the corporeal, non-corporeal thing that threw me a bit. But it sounds like you took a lot of specific things out and let them be vague and mysterious. And like, I really liked this story. I think it worked really well. And so I don't know what it was before, but that whatever you did seems to have worked. There wasn't too much in there that I felt like I didn't get or was... and things, for the most part, didn't feel too vague either. Of course, I noted the parts where maybe they were, but generally I don't think they were. So that's really interesting. And from a universe perspective, I'm now just extra curious about this unholy ghost character. Because it's kind of sounding like, depending on some factors, it's sounding like maybe this was way in the past, and now, not remembering his name, but the main character in Confessions of an Office Spellcaster is maybe a new lover. Like, maybe the unholy ghost has learned some things, and they're embarking on something new. Or is the lover in this actually the main character of Confessions of an Office Spellcaster? I feel like if it was, then you probably would have said that as the universe name. But yeah, extra curious about this character and the other universe now. I do think Lord Erebus worked for me, as well as the House of Sleep thing. Especially because, like, you know, he's going, what's the definition of angel? Well, I'm not a part of Heaven's Order, I'm a part of the Underworld's Order. And so I think that worked really well, and I loved the House of Sleep connection by the end. It's very subtle, I didn't catch it at first, but I really liked that and thought it worked. And then Lord Erebus worked too, because you're not spending too much time on Lord Erebus. We don't need to know anything extra about Lord Erebus. All you need to know is, like, yeah, this is clearly some other kind of god, and they have said this quote. That works very well for me, and it didn't cost you too many extra words. Okay, let's see what folks have been saying. All right. The Amidas. Arith says, yeah, I'd have defined puissance as having military physical might. Mostly, I learned it from an old D&D game where the word puissance is used with magical books, with a magical book's title that boosts your strength permanently. Interesting. Fun with old-fashioned French words. Post-it ghosts, that's great. Era says, depends a bit. I wonder how the beloved person feels about what the unholy ghost did to punish those who hurt him. Like, was he horrified about the teacher being silenced? That's a good point, that it's like, yeah, if he was actually into it, then this especially makes sense, where it's like, no, I'm not really horrified by what you did. I just would like to sleep, please, you know? But I guess I was reading it as, like, the unholy ghost is basically going, like, I know what he needs, and so I am going to take control and give him what he needs. And then in the end, he's going, this is not what I need. And so he's, I kind of read it as referring to all of it, that it's like, yeah, I didn't really want you to kill those people or hurt those people. I didn't really want to run from the village. I didn't want to be branded a witch. Like, I didn't want all of this. But that is all kind of summed up in that phrase of let me sleep. Because it is it is this idea of overall, you are not letting me rest, right? That it's like, I want to have my own body and be able to make my own choices and be able to rest inside of myself, be able to rest inside my own body. And like, everything you're doing is causing me not to rest. Like, killing or hurting these people, making me get branded a witch, making me run, all of these things are not allowing him to rest. And so I guess that's probably part of why I liked it, is that all of these really big things kind of are summed up in that phrase of let me sleep. So I think that's really cool. And it does work. It does also work if he was into it. Either way, it works, but it works in different ways. Kulish says, I had to do a thing. I got back from doing the thing just as the bottom was falling out. Well, there's a lot of things that the bottom could fall out of, so I'm very curious what it was. Interesting. Yeah, Hypnos is the deity of sleep, Morpheus the deity of dreams, yeah. Erebus is the Greek god of darkness, the consort of Nyx, the goddess of night. Gotcha. Iris says, I assumed he crippled the young man's father rather than killing him. Literally silenced the voice of the teacher and tormented the bullies into hiding and self-isolation. No killing anyone, just doing the bad things to drive people away. Yeah, so that is the thing, is that, like, it goes back to the intention thing, where it's like, did you want it to be, some people will think that they are just hurt, some people think they're killed, that's fine. Or did you very much want us to read it as one way or the other? Because if you did, clearly two of us read it very differently. And so that could be an issue. Interesting. Fun fact, Erebus is etymologically derived from the same weird word the Norse got the rock part of Ragnarok from. Curious. Bitzer, I was always here. And now AFK. Hello and well, I was gonna say hello and goodbye, but it sounds like you're lurking. So hello, welcome. Thanos syndrome. I assume you're talking about the divine justice thing. I mean, a little bit, but it feels different to me because Thanos had a specific goal of like, if I kill half the people, then there will be more resources available for the half that are around. That's kind of different from, I would like to get justice. My justice is kind of violent. and then that creating a whole cycle. And that creating a thing, like it gets bigger and bigger to where you have to kill everybody to get, your justice. Eric says, it's interesting the idea of demons in a setting that aren't malicious but simply attached and acting to protect people and as a result of being active do harm. Yeah, that is really interesting. Thank you for the cheer. Don't mind me just doing a little extra cheer, so I'm not cheering for my own story. Fair enough. I mean, it's fine to cheer for your own story if you want. Aw, that's okay, Foggy. Yep, just happy that you're here.
Meow. Hello, kitty.
He's going for his food, but if he wasn't, I would grab him and show him to you. Alright. I don't know what the sing for me, God, thing is about. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, but this is great. Gotcha. Documancer says, fair. I was thinking more of the same action rather than the feeling of wanting justice. What are you willing to do to get the thing that you want? Thanos says, want more resources. OCs want justice. What means are you willing to use? Gotcha. Aww. Foggy says, you're all amazing authors and wonderful people. Thank you all for improving my day drastically. That is so sweet, Foggy. And thank you for improving our day. Okie dokie. let us go on to having Sebastian Bane's story. Alright, and thank you so much for submitting, Hellenic. And as I said, if you want to respond to anything I've said, you can feel free to tag me in the Discord at some point after your vow of silence. Alright. Yes. Throws magic bits all over. I love that. That would be fun to try and figure out some emoji that's like, here's a bit throw for the people who can't actually bit throw. The ghost bits. Alright. Her name was Ticha Garlock, by having Sebastian Bane. Content warning. Blood, domestic partner attack, implications of infanticide, miscarriage, and cannibalism. 350 words. Her name was Ticha. Her father was a man of good standing in the town. He was kind, hard-working, and reserved. He worked in the grist mill, grinding maize and quinoa into flour. Ticha's mother was the closest thing the town had to a saint. She tended her house with care and love. She regarded her neighbors as her own family and spared what little extra she had to those in need. When Ticha's mother became pregnant, it was the talk of the town. The townsfolk believed this child was a reward for the couple's charity. The couple denied the idea, but were excited nonetheless. Her name was Ticha. She was born in a house just outside of town at 3 a.m. in the deep dark of winter. She was born with a caul, which the midwife said was a sign of future greatness. Her parents were ecstatic. Word spread through the town. This was a momentous occasion. Her name was Ticha. She grew up to resemble her father's reserve strength and her mother's kindness. Though her parents tried for another, Ticha remained an only child. It wasn't that her parents never conceived. It seemed like the babies never made it through the winter. Despite such tragedies, Ticha was a beautiful and kind girl, and her parents doted on her. Her name was Ticha. When she reached womanhood, every young man in the village asked for her hand. She eventually chose Aquilus, a poor farm boy and childhood friend. They got engaged in spring, got married in summer, and got pregnant in autumn. Unfortunately, the baby didn't make it through the winter. The townsfolk were troubled. Here was this girl, born under auspicious signs, having a troublesome life. Something must be wrong with her husband. Her name was Ticha. They surrounded her house with pitchforks and torches, calling for Aquilus. When they got no reply, they broke down the door. Red was smeared from ceiling to floor. Aquilus was dead, and Ticha had blood in the corners of her mouth. Her name was Ticha, and she was a monster. Throw out those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it.
Kitty cats. Well, you have to pay the camera tax. You must show yourself to the people. There he is in his little feet. You're so cute. You're so cute. Oh, sorry. Are you gonna stay here? Are you gonna stay here, kitty cat? You gonna go? No, don't step on the keys. Don't step on the keys. Mwah. You going? Kitty. Kitty, kitty. Are you gonna stay? Are you gonna stay or are you gonna go?
Ticha the monstrous, yes. And I don't know what that message was, but thanks for deleting it. I trust your judgment. Alrighty, Rue. Oh, he does one out.
You do.
I don't know if I've talked about this before, but either I haven't talked about it before, or I've talked about it a ton and forget every time, but cats seem to have a thing about closed doors, because when the door is open, then they just come in here and hang out, and they're totally fine, and they don't, like, they generally will just stay. And they don't go in and out and in and out. But when the door is closed, Bo especially is like, like, I gotta find out what's at the other side of the door. And then quite quickly he's like, I gotta find out what's inside that door. Oh, sorry, I should have asked, because you are here. Though I'm not sure, is that Ticha? Is that what that's meant to be? Ticha?
Oh, that's cute.
What is that emoji? What is that kitty cat emoji? What is that from? I love that. Alright, let's read the Wolf's Note first. My brain was caught between your three names. Alright, toast level, golden brown. I came up with the repetition of the line, her name was Ticha, in the shower, and thought it would be a nice sort of repeated element that would accent the horror. Did it work? I also realized I left a lot open to inference. Can you tell I intended Ticha to be eating her siblings and her own baby in the winter? This story was inspired by the Wendigo, and I wanted to allude to that. Do you think that worked? So feel free to answer those questions in the chat, and I will also answer them. So I quite liked this story. I think I don't know. I was gonna say we don't get a lot of horror stories, but I feel like we get more horror stories than potentially other kinds of stories. I'm not sure. Or maybe we've just been getting a little bit more recently. But you are one of our resident horror writers, and I think you did pretty good with this. I do have some critiques about it, but overall, I also think this was another great story that, for the most part, worked quite well, and I liked the impending sense of doom throughout the story. So I guess I'll just start by talking about my biggest issue with the story, which came from the content warning. So there are actually two issues that came from the content warning, and one, don't really know is that much of an issue, but I'll still talk about it since I'm talking about it already. So there's a lot here, and so I was like, I'm rather scared for what I'm about to run into. And in the end, it actually was a lot tamer than I thought it was going to be. And so, in one sense, I do feel like over-warning your readers is better than under-warning them. Oh, and there's an ad. Here is Cat. Here is Cat for the ad.
Oh, cute Bella. What a cute Bella. You're precious. You are cute. You burn? Cute. No. Kitty time, that's right.
I mean, I'm a subscriber. What is that in reference to? I'm a subscriber to the horror. That's fair. The kitty emojis are from a server I don't frequent, but I stay because of the emojis. Yeah, that is a mood. I do that. Now I'm really curious what it is, because I'm like, I kind of want that emoji now. Because that is so cute. So unbelievably cute.
Oh, there she purrs.
Let's see. Her purr is so quiet. I don't know if it'll pick up on the mic. Well, you could probably hear her lick herself. Well, that sounded weird outside. Let me see what that was. I think, is Bo doing something in the guest room? Alright. I feel it more than I hear it. What does that mean? It's just like, I can feel that purrs are happening. Alrighty. So, Yeah, there's a lot being warned about here.
Oh, he's sneezing.
Are you walking down the hall sneezing?
Hi. Hello, cat. Would you like to come here? You coming? Baby. Come all the way in. Come all the way in, Sneezy cat. Come here. There you go. There you go.
Aww, and there's Hellenic's kitty. Wonderful. The purrs are massaging Mako's eardrums. Nice. Aw, no purrs for Arith. Came back from the ads too late. That's too bad. So, lots of things that are warned about, but it feels like the story wasn't... It's interesting, because I want to say, it feels like all that content wasn't in the story, and we'll talk about that in a second, but I think maybe it was, and so I'm unsure if it's a worthy critique to say that the content warning should have been less, like something like just implications of infanticide and cannibalism, but at the same time, like, those other things are present, and so... I don't know. I'm curious what you guys thought. But the other thing, and the much bigger thing, is that I didn't read this as implications of infanticide, implications of miscarriage. I read it as implications of infanticide, miscarriage. And so reading the content warning before I read the story made me miss the twist. It ruined my ability to see what was actually going on, because when I read, it wasn't that her parents never conceived. It seemed like the babies never made it through the winter. I went, yes, the content warning said that there was miscarriage, so that must be what's happening here. And the same thing for Ticha's. And so I was like, okay, that's explained. That's explained by the content warning. And so I was not looking for anything greater. I was not seeing that it said it seemed and thinking about that and going, that means that there's more to it than there seems to be. I think part of it is, even though it does say this is an implication, but this seemed concrete. And this came after. And so I think this just stuck with me more than this did. And so I was going to get up here and critique it for the twist coming out of nowhere and being like, okay, I don't know why she ate him. Like, I don't really know what that's about. Because I did not get that the idea is that she keeps eating the babies. That's what's going on here. I totally did not get that simply because of the content warning. And the other thing about it is that they got engaged in spring, got married in autumn, and got married in summer, got pregnant in autumn. Unfortunately, the baby didn't make it through the winter. So I actually looked it up because I didn't know specifically what the difference between a miscarriage and a stillbirth was. But I looked it up, and it's 20 weeks. That if you lose the baby within 20 weeks, that's a miscarriage. If you lose it after that, then that's a stillbirth. And when there's a miscarriage, it doesn't... I tried to look it up, but I didn't want to go too far into it. But it sounds like it's just blood. That it's just, like, some blood, and there's not really anything to eat with that. And, yeah, like... autumn to winter very easily can fit within 20 weeks or less. And it actually sounds a little more strange if it was over that. And so it seems odd that she was actually able to eat her baby, because it doesn't sound like there was a baby to eat. And another thing to talk about with this is that how did you guys read made it through the winter? Because someone I was talking to about the story was saying that made it through the winter has an implication that they were born, has an implication of, like, it wasn't just the pregnancy was lost, it was that they were born and they didn't survive. But I personally, and granted, as I said, a lot of my reading was influenced heavily by the content warning, and if I didn't have the content warning, I may not have that problem. But especially having that content warning and thinking it was miscarriage, made it through the winter, didn't flag to me as they're alive and they didn't make it. I very much read it as they didn't make it in the belly, that they didn't survive, the pregnancy did not survive through the winter. That it's too hard, the winter was too hard on the mother, and so she lost the baby. So my biggest critique is that the content warning plus the time frame in the end kind of ruined the horror a little bit, because they make it sound like that's not what's happening. And so I think that you needed either to simply remove miscarriage from the content warning, and or give us some more clues. Like just saying, oh, it seemed the baby's never made it through the winter. The word seemed, that is a clue that I didn't catch, but it's not a very big clue. And so if you do want it to be more clear that, hey, this is what's happening, then I do think a little more of like, something's wrong, I think is important. And then giving more time for this, that would be good. Yeah. Okay, I just saw documents who say italicized seemed. I'm unsure about that. That would work, because that would make me go, it's seeming, but it isn't that. But I think that would be a little too heavy. I think that would be a little too heavy-handed. It seemed, guys! I don't think that quite would work. I think you'd need another line or two that was more like, I don't know exactly what the line would be, but you could, I guess the next thing to talk about, because that could help, is if the baby, especially if the babies are being born and being eaten, feels like the parents should know about this. That they'd be like, yes, we gave birth to a healthy baby, and it was blood the next morning. It was like, it's not just like, oh, it died in its sleep. Like, there is blood covering the crib, or it's just like, oh, suddenly it disappeared. Feels like they should put some things together. And it feels like they should not be doting on her. It feels like they should be like, I loved this child, at least I did in the past, but it's killing all our other kids. Maybe throw this one out, like maybe we don't dote on this one at the very least. Maybe we tell somebody, maybe we don't let this keep happening, kind of thing. It feels, it feels strange that they dote on her, and that very much feels like a place where you could have given us more of a clue that this was happening, that the parents are acting weird, that maybe it could be like, yeah, they did dote on her, and that's like maybe described here, or yeah, that's kind of, yeah, so like instead of just like she resembled them, that it could say like she resembled them and they doted on her. And then like here, instead of saying they doted on her, maybe, I don't know exactly what it is, but it could be like, her parents acted strange, or her parents didn't dote on her so much, or her parents seemed troubled, or something like that. There's a lot of different things you could do, but if you did that, then I would go, something's up, as opposed to just, oh yeah, like normal issues with like you're living in kind of a tribal society, and you don't have enough resources to like keep the mother like healthy and alive, and so, and as well as keeping, babies healthy and alive. So both are viable, but because both are viable, it easily made me go to, oh, it was just a miscarriage. Nothing nefarious is happening, So more clues that something nefarious is happening is my biggest, this is my biggest critique desire for the story. But going back, for her name was Ticha thing, I'm a little torn on it, because I think for the most part it works, because I really like the ending line. I think that, especially because it's like, yes, like it's elevating her, and it's not just like, here's the story of a girl, she did this and that, and actually she was a monster. It's like that emphasizing her name was Ticha sort of elevates her and goes, wow, like she's an angel, she's more than just human, her name was Ticha, wow. And so then going to the end and having that twist works very well. I think the one place where it doesn't work is the first one, because the first paragraph is not about Ticha, it's about her mom. And so when I just arrive at the story and go, her name was Ticha, and we hear about a female character, I'm not, even though it says Ticha's mother, it's a bit confusing. And so at first I was like, so Ticha is a mom? And then it was like, oh, no, but then Ticha's the kid. And so it feels like either that should be removed or the mom should be actually named, or both. And then the rest of them, I think, work fine. I really like this detail about worked in the grist mill, grinding maize and quinoa into flour. That tells me somewhat of what the setting is, and how, like, hey, we're probably not in, like, modern day suburbia, and I think that is a really great way to convey that very well, and it's very evocative and interesting. I like that. I like the explanations that you have and how everybody thought that they were really cool. I like her mother was the closest thing the town had to a saint. I think that's really cool and helps to show, like, how elevated that she was, that it's not just, like, she also had good standing. It's like she was so good that she was basically a saint. I think this is good setup. And like they thought she was a reward. That's really great. I do really like the, even though I had some confusions about it, I do really like the repetition of this winter idea, especially because she was born in the winter. So, so yeah, it kind of has this image of, like, this child was born into darkness and coldness, and she herself was dark and cold. And the one who survived the winter, became this monster, and the ones that didn't, were the ones that didn't weren't. I'm a little unsure about the reference to the call. I did not know what a call was, and anybody I talked to didn't know what it was. I looked it up, and it is just like, I don't know exactly how to describe it. You can look it up yourself, but I understand why you use the word, because there's not really a better word for it other than, like, just what it is. And so I'm a bit torn, because on the one hand, there's not a better word for what it is. It's just a thing that can happen, like, when a baby is born. And I can see, like, people having thoughts and suspicions around it. But it's also, like, something that myself and at least 2 other people had no idea about. And so it's just like, okay, I don't know what that is, but apparently it's a sign of good fortune. And it feels like maybe you could have used something that's a little more well-known, a little more widespread. But, like, it's not that big a deal, so I don't know. I'm a bit torn on that. It's kind of interesting that this was a momentous occasion, because this is a very telly phrase of, like, I'm telling you, reader, this was a momentous occasion. But it rather works here, even though it's quite telly. And, like, I guess it just emphasizes the, Cat, what are you doing? I guess it just emphasizes the showing us her angelic side, that it's like, hey, everybody thinks this is momentous. I'm telling you this is momentous because the town found it momentous. I think that actually works quite well.
Yeah, you want out again? Silly Bo. Your brother is silly.
Let's see. And then we talked a lot about that. I mean, I do really like the image of they never made it through the winter, despite the confusion of it. And I guess, like, this could be another place where you could have added some ominousness, so that that something, it seems like something's wrong, like, that this is more of a seeming thing, because I guess, interesting, I guess that's kind of related to my praise here, that telling us this is a momentous occasion just says, yes, the town found it momentous. And so equally when you say she's beautiful and kind, I'm like, she's beautiful and kind. But if you do something that's a little more like, she seemed kind, or, you know, using a different image than her being beautiful and kind and going more into something seems wrong, but we're not ready to bring out the pitchforks yet, kind of thing, I think that would help. I guess it just, in a way, it comes down to you emphasize the angelic sides of her maybe a little bit too much. And so if you had little nuggets of like, something might be wrong, but we don't know what it is, then I think that would help, because it's very clear, like, just from these paragraphs, like, yeah, like, she's angelic. we everybody loves her. And so you don't really need to say she's beautiful and kind and her parents doted on her. We pretty much already can get that. And so using your words here to convey, something's a little sus, we don't know what's going on, I think would be a more valuable use of the words. I do really like they got engaged in spring, got married in summer, and got pregnant in autumn. Unfortunately, the baby didn't make it through the winter. I do really like that phrasing, the cadence of that. I think that's cool. Oh yeah, so I think I get what you're going for, is just like, everybody loved her, it's well established, the town thinks she is the best, and so something bad is happening to their girl, and they want to find someone to blame, they want to do something about it, and so I can understand that. But there is an oddness to what's going on here, that here was a girl born under auspicious signs having a troublesome life. I agree that losing a baby really sucks, like, that's awful. Doesn't mean your whole life sucks. Like, it seems like the rest of her life is pretty dang great, and it just has one bad event in it. And so it seems weird to be like, wow, here's this girl born under auspicious signs having a troublesome life. It's like, oh no, what happened to her? Well, she lives in a mansion, she's got a wonderful husband, she did happen to have a miscarriage, and it's like, sucks. She still has the mansion and the great husband, though, you know? And so... And then similar but different thing here, that it's like, I get that it's like, she's great. We love her. We've known her whole life, and we know that she's great. So something must be wrong with the other guy, you know? So I do get that, but it also does feel a little bit of like, that's quite the jump to go from like, I guess it's like, it's especially sticks out because it's two jumps, because it's like, here she is, like, you know, this girl born on auspicious signs having a troublesome life. It's not her whole life, it's one bad event. Something must be wrong with her husband, you know? It feels like two jumps. And then I do really like the twist of, you know, like, all these her name was Ticha's are all good, and then this is the first one. Her name was Ticha, and they surrounded her house with pitchforks. That's really cool. I like that a lot. I also really like the subtlety of Ticha had blood in the corners of her mouth, because you could have been a lot more explicit or graphic about it and said, you know, I'm saying Ticha again, it's Ticha. Ticha is, you know, you could have, like, explicitly described her nomming on her husband, you know, and stuff like that. But just the very simple and subtle sign of she had blood in the corners of her mouth, and so, you know, oh, she ate him, you know, I think that works very well. I think that is very well done. And I think that's also another thing, that it's like, yes, these things are absolutely there. These are things that should be warned about in a content warning, but you did a good job of making it so they weren't so bad as to really, really need the content warning all that much. And then I think I said I really like that last line of like, the whole story is saying how beautiful and wonderful she is, and then the last line is saying she was a monster. I think that's very cool. Going back to your notes here. So, yeah, so I did not know that she ate the babies. I also did not get Wendigo. And, like, I also honestly didn't get Native American from this. I don't know if you explicitly intended them to be Native American. And I don't know where quinoa is from, but I thought it was like more of an Asian dish. I could be completely wrong. This could be my problem. But I was definitely thinking of more of this is taking place in like Asia, not this is a Native American thing. Yeah, I think I would need... I just got cannibalism. I just got she-eating people. I didn't really get a specific monster from that. I do think that it... I don't know how exactly you do it, but if you had something like she has antlers or something like that, in the end she turns around and they see like the inklings of antlers like sprouting out of her head, or you showed that she was super like emaciated, and it looked like she was just a skull, that she didn't even look human, that kind of thing. I think those clues would have made me go, ah, yes, Wendigo. But just eating people in a more like tribal sort of society, not really enough for me to get Wendigo out of that. Now that I know that is interesting, and I can see how you I can see that, like, yes, these things together can make Wendigo. It just wasn't really enough when I read it to get that image specifically. But yeah, let's see what folks have been saying.
Oh, Foggy, you got 2 black kitties. Adorable.
And those are all the kitty emojis from the other server. That's wonderful. Alright. Interesting and ominous. I appreciate the repetition, Foggy says. Mako says, I don't see Wendigo. You may elaborate that on more, but what would have made you see Wendigo, if you agree? Oh, you're a subscriber and you don't see ads. Gotcha. I think I talked about that. I'm not sure what you're referring to as the implied thing. If you're saying, like, the implications of infanticide, implications of miscarriage, that was pretty much my critique, is that this didn't read as that, and so I just thought, aha, this is a concrete thing. That is happening in the story. Documenter says, the anticipation of a content warning makes us wonder when, and kind of becomes a distraction when a high volume of them are addressed, even if it's just subtle. That's a really good point. Yeah, that's a good way to phrase it. That, yeah, that, hold on. That content warnings kind of make you brace yourself. That it's kind of like, okay, you're gonna go down this slide. There's a bump on this slide. And so then if you're like, okay, I'm waiting for the bump. And I guess this kind of content warning makes you go, okay, there's gonna be about 10 bumps on the slide. And there are 10 bumps, but they're small. But and then like, yeah, that, it makes you brace yourself and go, when are the bumps coming? And then they're tiny and not really what was warned about. And so I think if it was like implications of infanticide, cannibalism, I think that would work a bit better, because that would be the proper, like, what you need to brace yourself for is like, okay, that's what's going to happen in the end. But having so many is like, uh-oh, when is this going to show up? And so the whole story, you're kind of going, when's the bump? When's the bump? You know? Actually, come to think of it, I do think it was, like, very specifically me thinking, this happened. This was not implied, when it was meant to be implied. But there is an element, too, of, like, I'm reading this, I'm looking for something huge. And so that could be part of why it didn't even, like, it didn't even ping my radar when I read this line, is because I'm looking for something huge. And so we do get the huge thing in the end, but we're meant to get it in the middle. But because I'm bracing myself for something huge, I don't see the little references to it in the middle, if that were... Yeah, and then Documentor also said the hints were too shielded to me. That's a great way to phrase it. Yeah, that you did a good job of making it mysterious, but the problem is, if this wasn't clear, that when I first read it, like, I had no idea that she ate the babies. I just thought she ate her husband, and I was like, why'd she suddenly turn around and eat her husband? I don't really get it. And so you do need to get by the end that that's what was happening. Even if you don't get it, like here, you need to get by the end, oh, she ate her siblings. And so I think the clues were too hidden because by the end of my first read, I didn't even know that was happening, if that makes sense. Ghoulish says, that's on me. I guess you're talking about the miscarriage thing, maybe. Interesting. Arith says maybe Ticha is eating the life force of the baby or something causing the miscarriage. Interesting. So you're thinking of something maybe a little more supernatural. Yeah, it read very realistic to me, so I was not getting supernatural hints myself. Documancer says, I read didn't make it through the winter, made me feel like they got ill like most babies do in older days when things like measles and whooping cough were more fatal. Yeah, so you did get that they were born, but they didn't make it. Gotcha. Arith says, alternately in one or the other loss is that the baby was born, but then mysteriously died the following winter after its birth. I don't know what you mean by in one or the other loss. Are you saying if this was meant to be the second winter, not the first one, then I think you need to remove your beautiful mirrored phrasing, because engaged in spring, married in summer, pregnant in autumn, didn't make it through the winter. Sounds like 1 year. Like there's the seasons for 1 year. And if it's meant to be the second year, that needs to either be very explicit and say the baby didn't make it through the next winter, or that whole phrasing needs to go. Yeah, it's a hit or miss with an italicized thing, or even a verbal notion from a character. Very true. Teeth marks, wounds on the babies. Yeah, that would work. That is true. That if they found the bodies and they were like, like it seemed like the babies never made it through the winter. They were teeth marks, and maybe they said something about like, oh, they thought a coyote got them, but the teeth marks did not look like they came from a coyote. But they didn't want to think about what they did look like. You know, something like that. Ticha's mind. Eat the baby. Don't eat the baby. Eat the baby. Compulsions, I guess. She embodies hunger in the winter. Yeah, that is a good point. That is actually a question I was going to ask, is that it did seem a little bit odd that she specifically is like, I just want to eat my baby's sibling, like my siblings and my baby, and then husband. So it's like, don't really get, if she is a cannibal, it feels like she would be going out eating lots of people. And so why is she content with like one baby a year and then husband? You know, what makes these specific choices? It does work better to think of it as like she's kind of this like personification of the winter in a way, that she symbolizes that hunger that will cause you to do these terrible things just to survive, kind of thing. So that kind of works, but it wasn't quite clear if that was what you were going for. Seemed to not survive could actually imply that they did. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know what that was in reference to. Yeah, I'd probably remove the first. Her name was Ticha. Ooh, that could be cool. Documentor says, I think the mother said her name is Ticha. That would be powerful, but that's just me. I was also thrown by the first line. That would be really cool. Yeah, if you take out the first one and then have it be, have this all be kind of the same, and then say, you know, in quotes, her name is Ticha, her mother said, you know, when she was born at 3 a.m, or something like that, or her parents or her mother named her Ticha, then that could be the first one. That would work very well. Yeah, so that's a good explanation. Call is when the amniotic sac is on the baby's head at birth. She seemed too kind. I don't know if that would work because the entire thing before that has been setting up that she is kind. And so if you suddenly throw in a, she seemed too kind, then we'd probably be like, I thought you said she was. You know, she was kind. What's up with that? Which would accomplish the goal, but maybe a little too well. I think would be a little too obvious. Sussy people eat you. Sussy bakas eat you. Oh. Bill is the beast. The townspeople are not the brightest bunch, that's fair. There it says, perhaps the baby appeared to have died in suspicious circumstances, and so the town, not believing Ticha could be at fault, so they assume it's the husband who's doing the baby killing. I think that's another thing that emphasizes my desire for more sussiness, for more suspiciousness here, because I do think if you had done that and made it clear, something sus about this, and then maybe instead of just, unfortunately the baby didn't make it through the winter, have there be some sus in this line that would make more sense of like, something is sus about this, and it's not just that she's great and the baby died. There's actually something sus about the circumstances. She's great, so it has to be the husband who's doing something sus. Gotcha. Not explicitly Native American, inspired by Native American stuff though. Gotcha. And quinoa is American. Gotcha. You're saying there's Mordio. I don't know that series. Oh, Wendigos traditionally don't have deer antlers. I don't know if I've ever seen an interpretation. Well, granted, I haven't seen a lot of them, but I think all the ones I've seen have had them. So that's interesting. The emaciation I could have done. Oh, gotcha. That's on me. Was the difference between stillbirth and miscarriage. Gotcha. Because babies taste the sweetest. Interesting. So why did she eat her husband then? What was that about? If it's specifically the baby hunger. And how would she find that out? Because presumably she would have to eat an adult and go, bleh, that's not as sweet as baby flesh. Like, I need my baby flesh. So these aren't explicitly necessary to say, but if there would be some way to get it in there of like, ooh, I wonder if you could have some line of like, just like babies are the sweetest, and just have it seem like, oh yeah, babies are super sweet. You're totally right. And just seem more like they're pure and innocent and sweet. And then like you have that at the beginning, and then at the end you're like, looking back on that, I think that might be a little more literal. That could be interesting. That could work. Until Dawn has great Wendigos. I've never seen that. Gotcha. Documentor says, the antler thing on the creature is a current media Hollywood thing. I don't like saying the creature's name. Fair. The baby is too small and just a snack by comparison. Embodiment of hunger needs more. Yes, indeed. Yeah, that is the thing, the question. Oh, thank you for the cheer, Norman and Twitch. Very much appreciate that. Oh, gotcha. Until Dawn is a video game. I see. It's okay, Norman. You also did warn in the Discord that you might be. Yeah, so like I have heard of Wendigos, and I do know that it can be like just a cannibalism thing, and that's it. But that's kind of the thing, is that like just cannibalism doesn't immediately go, this must be a Wendigo, even though that is the main point of Wendigo. There's lots of different stories that include cannibalism that don't include a Wendigo, and so that alone isn't enough to make me make the connection. Interesting. Mako says, I've never even seen a Wendigo in Hollywood, then let alone antlers. Gotcha. And Norman, and of course we're back on cannibalism. Yeah. Nice. Alrighty, Rue. Thank you so much for submitting, Wolf. It was great to read a story from you. And despite my critiques, I think you did a great job with it. Oh, Wendigo isn't just cannibal, it's a response to scarcity. Okay, so it was the winter thing that was meant to be a reference. I don't know if I've heard of that, or if I have, I forgot about it. That does make sense. but I guess I just didn't know that well enough to make that connection. Documents actually study cannibalism sometimes because it's an interesting subject. One of the reasons is due to being closer to relatives once they have passed away. Oh, interesting. Curious. Specifically, the scarcity of the winter months. Gotcha. Alright, let us go on to Lilladyieva's story. All in a Day's Work by Lilladyeva. 349 words. Julia dangled off the edge of the bridge, her fingers burning with the strain of her weight. She struggled to hold on, but only slipped farther, feeling as though she was creeping closer to her doom. She kept her eyes shut when her fingers gave up, only to be caught in a steely grip. Julia opened her eyes and saw Captain Argon, his cape fluttering in the breeze. His grey eyes looked kindly at her. "Are you all right, miss?" he asked. "Yes, thank you," she said, and she flung herself against him, sobbing. "All in a day's work, miss. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a villain to deal with." He placed her on the ground safely and turned towards Sergeant Steele, who had been terrorizing the city for years. Steele lay in a heap of rubble, the result of his own destroyed weapon after Argon's victory. "So, you've defeated me at last," he said in his cold, metallic voice. "I will be back, though. No prison can hold me." "I know, but you won't be coming back. Not this time, Sergeant Steele." The villain let out a laugh that weakened as Captain Argon stepped closer, fury in his eyes. Sergeant Steele struggled underneath the rubble, trying desperately to free himself as he realized that this time he went too far. "Is this about your family? Look, you're young, and you can get a new wife, have more kids. I won't hurt them, I promise," he pleaded as the hero came closer. Captain Argon knelt down without a word and wrapped his hands around Sergeant Steele's neck, lifting him clear of the rubble. The villain pleaded for his life, but it was cut short by a loud crack. Dropping the body, Steele's head was now looking at his back, his eyes lifeless. Slowly, he turned now to Julia, the kindness having returned to his eyes. "Shall we get you home?" Julia nodded, shaken. "You did what you had to do," she said, as she was lifted into his arms. "Everyone will understand." "All in a day's work," she sighed. He sighed. "Sorry that..." Here, let's redo the last line. "All in a day's work," he sighed. There we go. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Sorry, my rumbling tummy ruined the last line the first time. Yes, exactly. I agree, Ghoulish. We will get there. And thank you for the cheer. Alrighty-roo. Okay, I think this one might have lost some of the comments because there were a couple things in the middle that were important that I don't have comments on them, but hopefully I can remember. But anyways, this was a fun story. A little fun, but also sad and dark, as a lot of them have been. But yes, I quite like this. Like, we don't get a whole lot of superhero stories, so I enjoyed this. I thought it was very unique, and I like I'm a fan of dark heroes and redeemable villains, and so I do really like the idea of a hero who goes there, who goes that far. I think that's a great take on this prompt. I think it works well. So I think I'll just start getting into it. So I think that the beginning works. I like the imagery that you have, especially his cape fluttering and his gray eyes and stuff like that. So I don't think there's anything really wrong with how you wrote the beginning. But the thing is that a couple things. One, and the most important one, is that all of this is not really ultimately that important to the story. The importance is the villain and the hero killing the villain. And according to Word, this is 99 words. So you're using a bit less than a third of the story on something that is not really that important. And so I feel like either shortening this a lot, and like maybe just starting with him saving her, like maybe she just falls and he saves her and that's the beginning, or taking it out entirely, I think would have been better for the story, more useful. And the other interesting thing is that the story in the end is quite dark, and that works. As I said, I liked it. However, at the beginning, it's this trope, right? It's the trope of, oh, like the lady is hanging from the edge and the hero saves her. And because we know that as a trope, it kind of reads like it's going to be a comedy or a parody, which is a wacky thing, because you are just using the trope genuinely, and that's fine to do. And so I don't know exactly how to explain well why it has that vibe, but it does kind of seem like it's going to be comedic or like a parody. And so then when it goes dark, it seems like it doesn't fit the expectations, which, granted, if you really wanted it to be very surprising, works pretty well. But if it is meant to be more serious from the beginning, then it didn't quite get there. And I'm trying to think how you could do it and make it clear, hey, I'm using the trope genuinely, not here's the trope of the lady is falling. I'm not sure. I might have to come back to that or hear what you guys have to say about it. But I do like how you described it. I really like, her fingers burning, the strain of her weight. And then I like the steely grip. Remind me to come back to that. And then, like I said, I like the imagery for him. This is a really good, like, angelic imagery. I like that. I mean, it's hero imagery, but in this case, he's the angel. So I like that a lot. And then, oh yeah, so, there are a couple things that you could have done with the beginning instead. And, well, I think I'll come back to that. Don't let me forget to come back to that. So this is the part that I didn't redo my comment on. So this is super important. I think this is one of the most important lines in the piece. Because having read it multiple times, I know now that it's meaning, I'm going to kill you, right? That it's like, I'm not going to let you go to prison. Yes, if you do go to prison, you will come back, but you are not going to prison today. And I do really like that. I think that's powerful and dark and cool. But the first time I read it, it just kind of read as like, I'll be back. No prison can hold me. I know no prison can hold you, but this prison will hold you. Like, I know you won't be back, but you will. I know you will be back, but you won't be back, as opposed to, I know that no prison can hold you, you're not going to prison. And I actually think you could have directly said that. You could have said, I know, but you won't be going to prison. Not this time. I think that would have been a bit clearer. There's also an element of, it could have been useful to more clearly convey he has escaped before, because it is a very dark ending, and I think part of the reason this is important is because he's not just killing him out of revenge. That does seem to be part of it, but it's also like, I have tried to go the nicer way. I have tried to imprison you, and it didn't work, and so I need something stronger. What was I gonna say? So I think, like, emphasizing that and going, like, I know you've escaped every time I've tried, but you won't be going to prison this time. I think that could work very well and be a lot clearer. And I do really like that idea. I really like this image of he let out a laugh that weakened, and it's like, the maniacal laugh that's like, that turns to fear. I like that a lot. And I like the fury in his eyes, the start of the darkness. So this, he went too far is odd to me, because this is the line that feels like it goes too far. Like, him saying, no prison can hold me, doesn't feel like he went too far. This absolutely does. And so I feel like putting it, switching them and going like, I know, but you won't be coming back, not this time. And then he's like, is this about your family? And then after that, you can say the villain let out a laugh that weakened, and then he went too far. I think that would work better. And I do agree with what Wolf said, that, this like makes my blood boil. This is a good villain line. I think you did a good job of writing a villain who is like trying to act caring and plead for their life, but actually making things so much worse and saying something so much more horrible. I think that works quite well. And I do really like the image of like he just is silently doing this. Like there's no catchphrases, there's no like you're not coming back a second time or something like that. It's just he's doing it silently. I think that really adds to the power of the image. I do think that, and this could just be me, when I read crack, I thought it was just neck crack and it's like still on him. I didn't realize the crack meant you are relieved of your head. And so I feel like more of like a bloody squelching sound, or that in addition to the crack would have given me a better image of like, his head is now separate from his body. Because as is, I thought it was just going to be crack, limp, fall. Crack goes limp, falls, rather than they're separate things now. But I do like he's looking, his head is looking at his back. I think that's great. I do really like that image. And then I do really like him turning to her and the kindness returning to his eyes. I think that's great. So for Julia's response, I am a bit torn on this because on the one hand, I like it that she's going, you're still a hero. I saw your fangs, but you're still a hero. You did what you had to do. And I do like that. But there's a couple of things that I kind of want. And one is I would really like to hear her thoughts. That whether she is like, I'm terrified, but no, like he did what he had to do. And she genuinely believes this. Or perhaps more interestingly, if she's like terrified and she's like, I'm not going to say anything against him, because if she is like, hey, that was a little much, don't you think? He might kill her. And so if she's thinking that adds a layer of depth that I really like. And going back to what I was saying at the beginning, I feel like there were three options for what you could do with the beginning instead of using this many words on him saving her. So one is to talk more about the rubble and talk more about how big this weapon was, how big the devastation was, so that you get more of a picture of, yeah, he needs to kill him. This was really bad. Another option is you could put it from Captain Argon's perspective and have him thinking about what he's going to do. And potentially, like, you could still have him save her. Like I said, it could be very short and just she falls, he saves her. And you can have it go either way of him being like, she sees me as this angel, she sees me as this wonderful hero, but I'm not really, I'm about to kill him. Or he could be like, I totally am great. I totally am the angel she thinks I am. And he doesn't see anything wrong with what he's doing. It could go either way, but that could work as well. But it might give away a twist. My favorite option of the options you could have done is actually, well, it's it's my favorite, but it has its own problems, I guess. I'll still say it. Is that you actually could have changed it and put this in the aftermath. That instead of it being that she watches him kill him, instead it could be that, he saves her, like maybe she's stuck under rubble and he picks it up and saves her. And then she walks out and she sees the villain brutally murdered. And she realizes what he did. And it's all about her thoughts and her going, oh my gosh, like I thought he was this amazing hero, but I'm seeing what he just did and I'm horrified. And it could go along with what I said about like, I like want to question him about this, but if I question him, he might kill me too. So I shouldn't do this. So I think that could be particularly impactful. I like, as I said, I do really like what you have. I don't think there's like anything wrong with doing it the way that you did it. I'm just offering potential options that could have potentially been even more impactful than what you already have. And this is another one where, like, I think I talk about this a lot, but I always sink my teeth deeper into these stories when I read them on the stream. This is definitely one of those stories where, like, if I just read it and it wasn't for the stream, I'd be like, loved it, super solid. Like, I would have little to no notes on it. But because I'm doing it for the stream, I'm looking more in depth into it and going, what are some ways where this could have been done even better? And so I think kind of the thing about this story is that I really love it, and I love that idea of the hero being dark. It works really well for the prompt. I don't think that it is badly done at all. But it also is kind of stays here on the surface. It kind of stays at the level of, like, yeah, we have the trope of him saving the lady, and there's really nothing more to it than the trope. And then we have him killing the villain. That's interesting, but it's there. Like, we kill the villain. And then we have, you did what you had to do. And we don't have anything more than that. And so we have to take it at face value of just, like, yeah, she still believes in him. And so I think if you took it to that deeper level where we got one of their internal monologue, be it just you took out some words at the beginning to convey she's scared of him, or she's like, no, he's still great, like, he did what he had to do. Either way, I think having that internal monologue would add depth to the story. Potentially adding his internal monologue could have added depth, or, like I said, having it be the aftermath and having basically the whole story be her internal monologue, I think also could have added depth to it. So I like what you have, but just suggestions for some potentially even more depth to this really cool idea. Another thing to talk about is I do quite like your all in a day's work thing. I don't know if you could have picked a line that was more like... So I like it. I like it that it's the title, and then that he says it here, and it's this very, like, it's a hero line. Lots of heroes say this. And then having it be that the murder is part of the all in a day's work. I like that, and it kind of takes this hero line and makes it, that's a bit darker now. I do wonder if there's, like, another hero line that could have had more of a, like, the actual meaning of the line changes, because as is, it's more of, like, the meaning's the same. Like, it's all in a day's work he defeated the villain. It just was a bit more murdery than you might like. And I don't know exactly what line it could be. I'd have to, like, look them up. But it's a thing that comes to mind. But all that said, I do really like that, like, all in a day's work sounds bright and happy and jovial. And then by the end, it's like, the hero is maybe not as heroic as we think, and the hero line has some darkness to it now, and I like that a lot. And I do like the idea of, like, regardless of if Julia is scared or if she genuinely believes it, I do like her response, and I do like that she's like, yeah, everybody will understand. You're the angel, you're the hero. I think that's cool, especially in the idea of you did what a villain would do, but you're the hero, and so everyone will understand that you're the hero. I think that's a neat idea. Oh, I didn't talk about the steal thing. This is interesting. I don't know if it was intended, and so if it wasn't intended, maybe I'd recommend maybe not using the word, but if it was, like, whew, this is great. Captain Steele is the villain, and so saying that the hero had a steely grip creates a connection between the hero and the villain. And I think that's really cool. Especially because it's his grip that kills the villain. That's really neat. And I also like gray eyes, because gray eyes kind of have an element of steel to them, right? Of metallicness, of coldness. So I think that's really cool. And then like I said, I like the kindness returning to his eyes, that I kind of have this image of, like, he's walking to the villain and he's got this fire of vengeance in his eyes. It looks very scary and dark, and then he turns around to her and they're all bright and kind again, and then like that makes him more scary. I like that. All right, let's see what folks have been saying. Yeah, sorry about killing your wife. You could always get a new one. I hate that. Yeah. I'm not sure how that first part isn't important since it establishes unambiguously that the character is a hero. Well, like, I do agree with that, but I think that can be done with less words, and the problem that I have with it is it reads like Julia is important. She isn't. It reads like, we have our main character, Julia. They will be important to the story. They're kind of an extra. And I do like that she talked at the end, and if she didn't talk, I would have been critiquing it way heavier, because it reads like she's meant to be like our viewpoint character, and then she doesn't even talk, but she does talk, and so she does come back in the end. But it just feels like a lot of words are spent on a character that's not important, and you could say what's said here, that you're establishing that he's the angel. Like, talking so much about how she's like stuck, that's a lot of words, and you don't need that many words to say that she's caught by her angel, you know? And so, like, yeah. So you can describe that he's the angel without using too many words on it, and without conveying that he is, or without making it seem like she's going to be more important than she is. Because I think just spending a couple of lines on her doesn't convey so strongly that she's going to be important, if that makes sense. I think Julia needs to be in the story as a witness to what the hero does in order to be part of the judgment of the hero, dismissing his act of the murder. I mean, I have multiple thoughts on that. One is, yes, I do think that really helps with the angel image, and so that's kind of why I really like the aftermath idea of, like, because yeah, that would make the whole story her judgment. That would make the whole story, I thought he was an angel, but he has fangs. What's my conclusion? Do I still think he's an angel, or do I see more of the fangs? So I do agree that works very well. I still think you could have done it without her. I still think in his own head, like I said, him thinking, oh, everybody thinks I'm an angel, but I'm not, or I'm great. Either way, it would work. Maybe it wouldn't work as well. It's just a suggestion, like, maybe I'm wrong, and it wouldn't have made for as good of a story or as good of a judgment. It's just a potential option that I think could have worked. I'll start over. Make another kid, Omni-Man. Arith says, I don't think he tore off his head. The part about it facing his back means his neck was twisted and broken with the head facing backwards now. Oh, okay. That does work. That I did not... Yeah, I totally thought it was like dropping the body and dropping the head, and now the head is looking at the back. Oh, there's an ad.
There's an ad. Oh, sneeze. Oh, sneeze. You're so cute.
Oh, baby cat. I feel like I should have something planned to talk about during this time. So I think I've asked before if you're fine with me being silent. I don't remember what the answer was, but I feel like maybe we could find a specific thing to discuss during the ad breaks. Let's see if there's anything memey. There it is. Anything memey in the chat I could talk about. No ad break. Yeah, not much meme stuff here. We have an Invader Zim thing over here. I don't know what that's in reference to. Oh, maybe the maniacal laugh. There we go. I think the ad is over. But yeah, so that is kind of a gruesome in a different way. Maybe more terrifying, maybe less, depending on your view. But yeah, the neck being so twisted that it's still on him, but twisted enough to fall over and look at his back is pretty terrifying and gross. For the crack, I also only got a broken neck, not body has fallen to the floor like a soccer ball. Arith says, I wonder how the story would feel if Oregon kills by crushing the villain's skull with his hand, then him saying he turns back with kindness in his eyes to Juliet with blood on his hands. Ooh, I like that. I do think that would have worked quite well. Documancer says, I think the reason why the trope might feel cartoony or parody-ish is because there's no change on either the damsel nor the hero. Yeah, that is a great point. That at the beginning, it's there's nothing different happening. It's just the trope, and so it feels, well, that is interesting. Because, like, I was gonna say, like, it's just the trope, and so you're waiting for the change. But that's the weird thing. It's like, there isn't meant to be a change. It's just the trope. And so why do we feel like we need the change? Because I do feel that, but I don't know why. Arith says, reminds me of a Superman comic I saw where the Joker causes the death of his wife and unborn child. So Superman just kills him by punching his heart out. Where the Joker dies saying, no, that's a punchline. Wow. Perhaps more judgment could be enacted by Julia. Something subtle like she heard the crack in the villain's death and shivered, showing her reaction to the horror of the situation. I think she does shiver. I mean, it does say she's shaken, so that I do like that, but I don't think that adds a whole lot more, because it doesn't say that she believes this or that she's saying it to appease him because she's scared of him. It just kind of continues the shaken image. Oh, that's the end. Okay. The Injustice comic. Gotcha. But yeah, great story. Very... You had this last time you were read, too, that yours was the black hole story. So you're very good at writing very unique stories that are different from the other stories that week. And I very much like it, because it's very fun for me as the stream reader to read a variety of different stories. So... I think that's cool. All right, well, that is our fourth supporter story, and we actually have the proper amount this week, which is awesome. So it's time for the midstream question, and I shall just use the one that was submitted last week by Wolf, which is quite simply the usage of memes in writing. Should you? If so, how much? I think that's pretty simple and self-explanatory. Wolf, do you remember what meme we were referring to? Because I know there was a meme last time, but I know there was a meme last time, but it I just realized something. The black hole story. Oh no, it was okay. I just thought, I was like, the black hole story was so the lamps were going out. Was that the last one? Did I not realize Lilladyeva was read last week? But no, cat distribution system was last week, so we're good. Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, it was just simply the cat distribution system that was. I guess that was the meme that Wolf was referring to. So when you asked this question, were you referring to more of the sense of using the idea of a cat distribution system but not referencing it? Or were you specifically talking about, should you throw that phrase in your writing? Would that be a bad thing to say, cat distribution system, or is that fine? But yeah, so you can answer it in the chat. Make sure that you're looking at the chats to see his answer. But for now, I will go appease my grumbly tummy. And not with human flesh, though. Want to be clear. with non-human crackers. But anyways. Oh, Wolf doesn't remember. Okay, fair enough. Alright, talk to you guys in a little bit. The song is gonna go on, so I'm just going to stop it. Alright, so y'all have tainted me. I was staring at this as I ate. I don't want a pineapple that tastes baby sweet. Also, genuinely, what is baby sweet pineapple supposed to mean? Like, are baby pineapples more sweet than adult pineapples? Like, what do you mean, baby sweet? Also, unsweetened and unsulfured. Are pineapples usually sulfured? I did not know about this. Like, I can put it back up. But anywho. So it looks like from what I've seen so far of your answers are probably going to be the same as mine. So let's look it up. Eddie, you just right. What do you mean, baby sweet? Is this where we inexplicably go into cannibalism again? Eddie, we already have. I grabbed it because there was a story that was about babies being eaten, and the explanation for why the babies were being eaten is because they were sweet. And so when I saw that, I could not help but think about it. Pineapples can be used to summon demons. Oh yeah, you gotta get the sulfur to pineapples. Alright. So I think it's okay to write using memes. After all, memes are just concepts in a metaphorical package. Problem is aging. As the meme world grows, changes, and moves on, older memes shift away and vanish. Your story would appear more dated with time as audiences move on to new memes. So it ages your story with time and thus should be used with caution and awareness. Yes, I totally agree. Like, I don't think there's anything explicitly wrong about using memes. The problem is that they age, and other things that would date your story age well. Memes, however, when their life cycle runs out, become cringy, and you very much don't want your story to be cringy. And so that is the reason why I would advise trying to stay away from them, unless you are wanting the character to come off as cringy. Norman says, even in their own time, memes can be so oddly specific that few people actually get them. That's true too. The internet is a big place, and people tend to assume that their little corner of the internet is more widely known than it actually is. We were kind of talking about that last week. So yeah, I think memes at best are good for a couple of laughs and not much else. Gotcha. Yep, that is a good point, that people could easily not get them, especially in the future. It could be maybe they're not cringy, but maybe people just don't understand. I remember hearing that Ares being trapped in a jar was a big meme in ancient Greece. That is awesome. I mean, at bare minimum, if we know people made jokes about that legend, then that's gotta count for something. Fair. I'm trying to think why that feels different, but I guess it's just like, that's a legend that people are joking about, as opposed to like, this is a specific phrasing, a specific thing that could age, you know. Well, it will age, but it could age poorly. Oh, I see. Sulfur is one of the nutrients that is in fertilizer. Gotcha. I just love I like my pineapples unsulfured. Where are you getting your pineapples from, hell? Alright. When it comes to memes, says Foggy, I feel like they have little place in writing. I mean, for the most part, they are time-sensitive and will age out of relevance. A few may be worthwhile in very particular situations, such as Alexander the Great blocking Diogenes' sunlight. I don't know if I've heard about this, but I have heard the "Behold, a man" one, and that one is kind of a timeless meme. Corian says, I think the use of memes might depend on the genre and writing format as well. I can see memes being used in sitcoms and satire shows. I'm not sure if they do or how often, if they do. I don't watch a lot of television lately. That's a good point. Like, if in a sitcom, could you do that? I forget what it was, but like in The Big Bang Theory, I know there's a time when Sheldon is like, put Penny in his junk folder, because she sent, or maybe it was Leonard, because she or he sent him a cat meme. I forget what the meme was, but it was like, yes, you sent me a picture of a cat like doing this and that, and I don't want that content, so I put you in my junk. Basically, that worked. I kind of like that one, even though like it was kind of an I can has cheeseburger kind of meme, like those older memes, like that still works for me when I watch that scene. So that's a good point. Desed says, I try to avoid memes as much as possible since they not only usually data work, but the meaning can be lost, and most of the stories I write using them wouldn't fit anyways. Yeah, that's a good point too. If you're writing like a fantasy world, that's not going to work with a meme. And then yeah, like you have two potential problems. They could become cringy with time, or they could become forgotten with time, or both. Mako says, honestly, I think memes get a bad rap because of how tossed around they are, but the concept of a meme includes things like, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore, so using memes is kind of expected, to be honest, just a matter of how well any joke reference sticks around. Yeah, I think, and let's, Eddie, Kaylee saying, I can has cheeseburger has unlocked ancient memories. That's amazing. I think, where is it? Yeah, Norman said in the not-so-private chat, I wouldn't want to use a meme, but I hope one day to write something worthy of becoming a meme. This is the attitude that I would subscribe to, that write things in your story that are funny, as opposed to using a well-known meme. And I feel like that goes with what you're saying. Like, we're not in Kansas anymore. Wasn't written to be a meme, and wasn't even written to be funny, but it became a meme. And so, like, that's kind of different, I think. Like, writing something that becomes a meme, I think, is a different thing from using a meme. Norman, I was looking at product recently, I don't remember what it was, but it was labeled unsweetened on the back, and the first ingredient listed sugar. Oh my gosh. Clearly they removed the sugar to unsweeten it just so they could add it in later. Arith says, just for sheer historical interest, if I'm remembering correctly, the word meme comes from the book The Selfish Gene by Richard Dawkins, a famous atheist, who is in an aside in the... It was an aside in the first book, and exploring the idea of mental genes, where concepts would compete for a living space in your mind for your attention. It meant any set of concepts. A good example is Christianity itself, works to hold your attention, influence your life, offers rewards or punishments to keep itself alive in your mind. So a meme is literally any concept ever. So how did it become what we know of it as? In-universe memes that start hilarious, but by the end of the series are tired and cringe. That would be funny to make up your own in-universe meme and have it have the life of a meme. That's great. So that's not a critique of Christianity, just an acknowledgement that it is a collection of concepts in our mind that shape our lives. Not good or bad, just a living concept in our minds, just like any ideology or set of concepts. What does that mean? That's all for its worst because of production time. Are you talking about the pineapples? Norman, just realized that I was talking crap about memes, even though I voted for those rookie numbers for the next prompt. See, that's the thing, and that I don't think anybody's answered from this angle yet. I don't think it's a problem to use a meme as a prompt. It's just the use of memes inside the story. So, like, cat distribution system, right? We made some genuinely cool stories that don't say the meme, or, that probably won't age poorly, because of the meme. They just happen to be written for it. And so I think writing for a meme and using it as a prompt works just fine. It's just more about the using them inside of the story that could be a problem. Let's see. Oh, I think Eddie's answering. Meme is a mental gene. Genes that win the genetic pool are ones that multiply successfully. So memes are ideas that multiply successfully. Gotcha. Okay, so they were called memes because they they like multiply over the internet. Gotcha. Yeah, so what we know is a subset of the category. Well, considering the category sounds like everything ever, it sounds like everything is a meme. Any concept ever. Yeah, the idea is that it's an idea passed around from person to person. So jokes that get passed around online are meme, and it's mostly the sheer volume of them and repetition that tires them out. I don't know if somebody else said this, but it's sounding like the word meme itself is a meme. That it was an idea of what to call it that multiplied. Mako says, and I was talking about writing popular memes into a TV show. By the time the show airs, the theme is boring because it takes months, if not longer, to get the conceptualization onto the screen. Good point. Yeah, for sure. That if you do use a current meme in a show and then it comes out months later, then it could be dead by then. All right. Wolf says, so I think one of the things I was thinking about at the time was Hera the Ninth. One of the characters is the immortal guy named John that people refer to as God. In the climax of the book, John is looking his biological offspring in the face and says, hi, fucking pissed, I'm Dad. I think the usage of memes is very reliant on setting and tone. You can't have a knight on a quest suddenly say, I can ask cheeseburger, but you have a robot say it. You have to worry about a lot of factors, so I can see why people giving writing advice say never do it. However, never say never. Memes are a form of communication, and this can be used. The fun part is that you don't even have to use it for comedic effect. You can characterize a modern character by saying what memes pop up on their social media and how they react. Yeah, that's a good point. I guess that's something to think about in like that example is this just objectively funny in the universe, even separate from the meme? Because I do feel like if a robot says, I can has cheeseburger, even if you have no idea what the I can has cheeseburger meme is, you could set that up in a way that it just works and is funny in universe regardless if you know the meme. So that's a good idea. And like putting a twist on it, yeah. Yeah, so Eddie, now I'm wondering if my version of Zeus counts as a meme, even if one specific to this community. That is something to think about, too. Like, the Flesh Horse, right? The Flesh Horse was a very serious story that Arith wrote, and it has become a meme. And so I think Arith has achieved what Norman is talking about at the least, and potentially Zeus, too. Documancer says, I think this is a know your audience kind of moment. I have Gideon the Ninth and I'm planning on going through it, but based on what my friend has told me, what I know about the fandom and what the clerk at the bookstore told me is that memes are a thing and it's used for language and comedy, which I think is great for a niche group. There are people who sit and share memes on social media on a regular basis. A handful of friends who take pride in this, and I think memes will be received well than, say, compared to a variant generation or something who does social media cleansing. Because of that knowledge of knowing how the ninth author writes, I have more anticipation on quippiness, the same way I would expect another season of Gilmore Girls to be heavily loaded with niche references as well. I have no idea what Gideon the Ninth is, so I can't really understand the connection, but that is interesting, the idea of like, hey, this is gonna have memes. It's also hilarious. Your friend, the fandom, and the clerk at the bookstore all were like, we need to warn you about the memes. Eddie says, as for an answer to the question, I'd say usually you should not. It's useful for setting a time that it takes place in, but otherwise it's a kind of material that ages like milk. It can be useful for specific comedy stories where you know your audience is into that sort of thing, but otherwise I'd say you're better off without. I would agree. And that's a good point of like, if you're writing like a time travel story and then they say like, oh, I can have cheeseburger, like, oh my god, and stuff like that, then we'd be like, okay, I know the time this is in. Or even just like a story that takes place, you know, in an earlier time than our today time, and you use those memes, that could work. Wolf says, I feel like traditional publishing often wants to create distance between itself and memes as they see memes as lowbrow. So unfortunately, I feel that the usage of memes in more traditional writing hasn't been explored in its entirety. Such writing tends to be seen as cash grabs, but I think it's possible to use memes in a literary way. Look at the development of creepypastas. They were originally from copypastas, lengthy text blocks that got across controversial ideas for the lulz. Then they became horror stories with their own lore and such. I didn't know that. That is interesting. Yeah, that's a good point. It's kind of the idea of we all think that memes are lowbrow, and so maybe if more writers used them, maybe they would be more effective. I'd like to source my pineapples from Hades, since bodies make for good fertilizer. Thank you very much. Are there bodies in the underworld? Wouldn't that be the opposite? That there are only spirits in the underworld? Some plants need it. Sulfur. Sulfur's for weed killing. Gotcha. Oh, interesting. Wolf says Gideon the Ninth is so good. Hera the Ninth is the second book. Gotcha. Need a sign to warn about memes, like we have one for warning about nuclear waste. That would be so funny to have biohazard on the back of a book that it's like meme hazard. Just. And that is, so Documentary says, people do see puns, cussing, and dad jokes as lowbrow yet. And that's a good point, that I think part of why your example of like, hi, fucking pissed, I'm dad. It's not a meme, it's a dad joke. And I feel like dad jokes are a lot more timeless than memes are. And so I feel like that one works in a way that, you know, if there was the same story and the dad is like trying to teach the kid about money, and then the kid's like, stonks. You know, I don't feel like that would work as well as the dad joke. Cognitohazard, nice. Mimetic hazard straight to the SCP Foundation. Nice. There is no anti-mimetic division is a meme. If you're part of the SCP fan base, that's great. Oh, gotcha. Death says, depends on what your version of the underworld that you're talking about is. The Sumerian underworld was filled with the decaying dead. Gotcha. And I will say, in general, referential humor can be really lame if not done carefully. You're basically referencing someone else's funny thing, not writing something funny yourself. That's a really good point, too, that goes along with what I was saying, well, what you were saying, and that I was agreeing with, of, like, you know, make your own story funny and let people make memes out of it, and then instead of trying to use someone else's meme, and that's a really good point. If you're referencing something, unless it's like a highbrow literary illusion, if it's just like a meme that runs a risk. But yes. Alrighty, Ruth. This is a fun conversation, but it is time to go on. And I don't know if Azo is here, but you can feel free to tag them. No, so dad jokes are indeed timeless, given that my dad used them, and I'm not going to give my age, but it's all fair enough. Write something good so it gets memed. Oh, hi, Mark. That sounds familiar, but I'm not realizing what it's from. All right, here. Fangs and Claws, babe, by Azo. 350 words. I eye the ticking clock face and grip the chair's armrests until the texture is carved into my hands, waiting for the appointment with my therapist. Troubled, my teacher had said. Tired, my friend excused. Just a higher dose of medication, my mom promised. But this isn't my well-worn anxiety. I see shadows in blazing daylight, a smile in an empty room. My head aches from sleepless nights, and my palm bleeds from something that I can't see trying to mock me. Hey! the girl snaps. I startle, head jerking around. I hadn't even noticed she sat beside me. Or was she here already? I don't know how I could have missed her. She lounges in that chair like a throne. A skirt short, eyeliner a perfect cut, running gold stiletto nails through her long blonde hair. Take that shit somewhere else, she sneers, fingers flicking to the clock hands ticking backwards. I only just found the therapist I liked. I don't want to go shopping for them again. You know? I whisper, and the clock bleeds. It's following you too. One of them did. Her eyes narrow. And I'd rather not pick up another. Did? I blurt out, lurching forward and then freezing. The clock is normal. The therapist 5 minutes late. How do I get rid of it? You? She scoffs, looking me up and down. I have no idea how you're going to. How did you run from it? I gasp. Please, I can't do this anymore. It's going to kill me. I don't run. Some of us are made of better things. She throws out a quick-fire grin with perfect pearly teeth, nails glinting when she twirls a lock of hair around her fingers. Fangs and claws, babe. That's how I ended it. It's physical? I shrink back. No, I tried to grab it before. I couldn't touch it. Obviously, yours isn't physical, she scorns. You don't look the physical type, sweetie. So step 1 is to find out what your thing is. Step 2 is woman the fuck up and end it. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Yes, the return of Valley Girl Kaylee. It has been a while. Thanks for tagging Azzo. Oh, it's from The Room. Gotcha. Excuse me. It's better watching the group nice. Anyways, it was very fun to get to do my Valley Girl voice. Hopefully that was the intention or close to it. But yes, this is very interesting, another very unique one, and very much enjoyable. So let's just get into it. Title already is very intriguing. Yeah, it makes me very intrigued. I do really like the setting. I think that I can really picture it that, okay, we're staring at the clock. I'm gripping the chair so tight that it's, making imprints in my hands, and we're looking for the therapist. Like, great opening line, really great setting. And it's cool because you technically only are describing a couple things, right? You say clock, chair, texture in the chair, and therapist. And then you also have the emotion that is conveyed by gripping it really hard. So that's a really great way to say setting, that you don't have to describe it in super detail of like, the therapist's office has white walls and posters of kitties hanging on branches and the clock looks like this and that. You don't have to go super in depth. Like, just a couple of things can actually give a really clear picture. Very nitpicky, but most of the times I've read this, I want to read it as, I eye the ticking clock and grip the chair's armrests. And so I easily trip on, I eye the ticking clock face and grip the chair's armrests. Also nitpicky that carved is a little bit strong, but maybe that was exactly the intention, that you wanted hyperbole. But I do think imprinted would work a little bit better for me. But going back to what I was just saying about the setting, that I do think that the emotional aspect of that is especially cool. Is I often talk about with setting that part of the reason that setting is often the first thing that needs to go is because it usually doesn't add that much to the story. It doesn't tell you a lot about the plot or the characters. It's just the dressing of what this place looks like. And we don't need to know what the place looks like to understand the plot or the characters. But this one, part of the reason it works so well is because the texture carved into my hands does convey something about both the plot and the character, that it tells you how anxious they are without saying, hey, yo, I'm anxious, you know? So I think that is very well done. And I'll come back to this one. I really like your structure of troubled, my teacher had said. Tired, my friend excused. I like that. I don't know what that writing device is called, but I like it a lot. I feel like this one would mirror it much better if it was one word. I guess, like, I don't know exactly, because just saying, medication, my mom promised, kind of works, but kind of doesn't. So I don't know exactly what you could use that would convey the same thing, or if you need to go for something different. But I do like it. It does work, but I think it would work better if it was troubled, my teacher had said. Tired, my friend excused. Medication, my mom promised, would work a little bit better. Do you want out, kitty? Somebody put on a timer. Let's see how long it takes for her to want back in. Hey yo has definitely become a meme on our server. Very true. It's kind of a hey yo I'm a moth and hey yo. Both of them are their own memes. Anyways. And I do really like the differences between the things here, that it's like, troubled, and you know that there's a lot of things that go into that word. And then tired is like, hey, they're just tired, you don't need to worry. And then a little more medication will fix the problem. So one is judging, the other is excusing, and the last is trying to fix it. I think that's really cool. Okay, so I think this paragraph touches very well on what ends up being my biggest critique of the piece. So I just started to go through it. But this isn't my well-worn anxiety. I see shadows in blazing daylight. That could be your anxiety. A smile in an empty room. That could be your anxiety, or a much stronger mental health issue. My head aches from sleepless nights. Definitely could be anxiety. And my palm bleeds from something that I can't see trying to mock me. That could be you clenching your fingernails into your palm. So all of these things could be your well-worn anxiety. And this one right here, I'm very confused on what this is meant to mean. Because it's very, like, ambiguous and vague and strange. I can't tell if it's meant to be A, like they're digging their nails in, B, the creature, whatever it is, did a drove by and slit the palm and nothing else. I don't know if it's the same as the clock, that they're not actually cut or bleeding, but like there's just blood as a creepy effect that the creature is doing. I have no idea what it means, but I feel like that being clearer would be very helpful and could potentially be the one that would make it clear this is not just anxiety. And so what ends up being probably my biggest critique of the piece is that, and it's kind of hard to explain. So we don't need to know what this thing is. We don't need to know if it's like a demon or a poltergeist or anything. We don't need to know. But we do need something concrete, because, like I said, when I first read this, I thought it was I thought it was anxiety or schizophrenia or something like that. And when oh, come on. When the lady is like, take that shit somewhere else, I'm going, take my mental health problems somewhere other than a therapist? What are you talking about? And because it just reads like they're sitting there having a panic attack. They're sitting there very anxious. And so it's very confusing that that just kind of comes out of nowhere. I do think putting the action first and having her fingers flick to the clock ticking backwards and then saying it would help. But like I said, it is also the issue of, I very much read this as anxiety and didn't know, oh no, this is very literal. And then the issue is like, It's following you too. Okay, so there's a thing that seems to be following them. One of them did. Okay, that's a new thing introduced about this thing. And I'd rather not pick up another. Okay, like that feels like kind of new information. I have no idea how you're going to. Okay. And then she says, fangs and claws, that's how I ended up. It's physical. Obviously yours isn't. And so everything, each new line that we get about whatever this thing is, seems to either be totally new information or to contradict the information that we've previously been given. And so I get that, like, yeah, it's meant to be nebulous and vague, and that's totally fine to not want to be clear on what the thing is. But I need something more concrete than I get, because as is, when I first read this story, I left feeling very confused and lost and had to read it a couple times to understand what was going on, because of what I just described about not knowing there was something more going on than what was in their head, and then proceeding to not really know what's going on by the end. I do really like how she is described, though, and honestly, I even like the hey, like I like the snap out of it kind of thing is a great introduction. And this is I'm complimenting all of the things I usually critique regarding your story, because once again, character description is usually something that I recommend taking out, because it tends to be not important to the characters of the plot. But this character description works really well. It gives me such a clear image, and like is part of why I give this specific Valley Girl voice that I don't give a lot. But it gives this really distinct and interesting image, and it kind of tells you a little something about, like, maybe what kind of character this is going to be and what kind of attitude she's going to have. And I think that's really cool. And we're going to get to the angel thing, but I'm assuming that this is also meant to show that she's the angel with all the gold, which is really cool too. And I do like her voice. She seems very much like her own specific character. They talk very differently, and she talks in a specific way that's like very unique, and I enjoy that. I think you wrote that very well. I also do really like fingers flicking. I can imagine her like big nails, flicking to it is very cool. And I do like the phrasing of I don't want to go shopping for them again. There's kind of a, like, it's interesting because in one sense she well, I don't know what her situation is, but she has the maturity to go to a therapist. But, she's phrasing it with this irreverence of, like, I'm gonna go shopping for them and stuff like that, which I think works well. And it's kind of her character, that this blend of maturity and immaturity. Nitpicky, but I do think italicizing would be a good thing, because at first I wasn't, when I first arrived at the story, let's see if I can remember how I read it the first time. One of them did, her eyes narrow, and I'd rather not pick up another. Did? I blurted out, and not recognizing that, they're referring to this did as in past tense. And I do think that italicizing did gives the reading that I think you want. I also do like the description of the grin, the teeth, the nails, like good description there. Really like that. And Fangs and Claws, babe, very perfect to her voice. And I do think it worked that it was the title and the line. It does have the problem where it makes the line less powerful because I already read it in the title. But I don't think it's a huge issue. I think, like I said, the title's interesting, and then you're like, yes, this is how she talks by the end. My other biggest critique is that her advice is very unhelpful. So basically her advice seems like the equivalent of, like, you walking up to someone and being like, hey, can you give me directions to town hall? Or even, yeah, can you give me directions to town hall? And then their advice is, step 1, figure out what town hall is. Step 2, go to it. And it's like, thanks. I know exactly what to do now, you know? And that wouldn't necessarily be a problem. The problem with it is that the prompt is that some angels have fangs. And so I'm assuming that she is meant to be the angel because I can't really see anything else in the story that could be the angel. And like I said, especially with the gold imagery and stuff like that. And then she says fangs and claws, and so that she's the angel with the fangs. The problem is that she's actually has a really bad attitude. That she's like, no idea how you're going to. Some of us are made of better things. And then, of course, the end of, like, woman up and end it. Which makes her seem very not angelic. And so I'm left to think that really the only thing about her that's angelic is that she has some gold imagery. Which doesn't fit the prompt very well. And so I don't think that... I don't think it's a bad thing to have her have a bad attitude. It's just that it makes the prompt not work so well. So if this was a different story, you know, with a different prompt, I'd be like, yeah, that's totally fine that she's not helpful and that she has this bad attitude. But the fact that she's meant to be the angel, I'm seeing way more fangs than I'm seeing angels in there. And then I was thinking of, it could be, let's see, did I put it? Yeah, I put it there. That it could be funny. I don't think that the main character is this kind of character, but there's the ad break. I'll look for a key. There she is. I think she was out there for a bit and I didn't hear her. Stop your timer.
Oh, kitty cat. Oh, kitty, yeah. Mm-hmm. Snuggle kitty. Here we go. We get a kitty for the ad break after all. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, you're so cute. Don't tangle yourself. Starting to purr. Defeats, yes. My kitty senses for oh, it's so precious. I love those. But yeah, something I was thinking about, I don't think that the main character is this kind of person, but it would be kind of funny if, like, the lady is like, take that shit somewhere else, and then by the end, in response to this, the main character is like, why don't you take your shitty attitude somewhere else, you know? But anyways, but as I was saying, like, just as a character, I do think it works really well. I do think that it's very striking and unique and well written, and so it's just the prompt that makes me critique it. And I do find it interesting, the idea of, like, whatever these things are, like, they come in different shapes and sizes and everything like that, and some are physical and some are not. I do really like the idea. I just wish it was a bit more concrete as to what was actually going on here. Let's see, what else do I have? Oh yeah, it also is curious if there is potentially an idea of, like, I was thinking of fangs and claws as a bit more
I don't know, like metaphorical, like I fought it off with my claws, my nails, and maybe she did actually bite it, but she doesn't have fangs, that kind of thing. Like she fought tooth and nail, she fought it physically. But there is a chance that maybe she is some kind of supernatural creature. Maybe she is actually an angel or a vampire or something like that, and she fought it like that. That could be interesting. Oh yeah, I'm not sure what you don't look the physical type means, because whatever type of person you are doesn't affect the kind of creatures that go after you. And if in this world it does, that would need to have more words dedicated to it. Because, like, you can have a really skinny person, and then a giant monster, like skinny and weak, and a giant monster comes after them, and it's not going to be like, oh, they're not the type to fight things physically, so I'm going to leave them alone. Like, that's not really how it works. But yeah, let's see what folks have been saying. Ooh, that's a neat plot twist. She is the Thing and is engaging in next level psychological warfare. I like that. That's a cool theory. And another potential theory would be that she's just lying, that she can't actually see the clock or anything like that. She also has her own issues and is just lying to her, and she really does have some sort of like mental health issue that's making her hallucinate. That's interesting. War Fate. War Fate sounds like a neat prompt and solid high fantasy book title. Yeah. War Fate sounds like a series. Memes by accident. Traditional shenanigans cause me anxiety too. I feel like these aren't exactly traditional shenanigans, but yes. Documents just says, I got the sense of, is it real or is it all in my head type of nebulous narrative, which I do like. You just reminded me of another thing I wanted to talk about, which is that, yes, that was a thing, is it very much felt like I said, like I thought this was all in their head. But it feels like the story wants to be taken literally. It feels like the story is trying to say, no, this is actually a real thing. And so that's why I'm critiquing the fact that it reads like it at first reads like it could be in their head, and there are theories you can come up with that it's just in their head. If the author intention was this is real, like you think you're in the therapist's office because you think you're struggling with a mental health issue, but you're not, it's real, then that's a little too muddy for me. If you wanted it to be muddy, then it is muddy. And the other thing is that putting it in the therapist's office, if it was your intention for it to be real, hindered it a lot. If you just had it be just that maybe she's at a bus stop and she sees eyes, or she's looking at the clock and it's bleeding, and then this girl sits next to her and is like, I don't know what she would say because it wouldn't be take it somewhere else, but she sits next to her and she notices it and says something. I think we'd be like, okay, yep, this is real. This is a thing that's happening. But because it's in the therapist's office, that causes this muddiness as to whether or not it's real, and causes some potential confusion. Documenter says, Valley Girl gives a polar opposite to power dynamic to the narrator. The nonchalance too, I'd rather not have to pick up another, could either be genuine, which gives her air very different than the anxiety. The other layer could be that the nonchalance is a shield and is part of a problem, which could potentially be a caveat to why she's in therapy. Yeah, that's a really good point, and that is a compliment to the story, that these two characters are direct opposites to each other, and that is really cool. And that might be more of what you intended with the physical, not physical, is that I do still like have that critique for it, that makes it confusing because each new line is a different thing about it. But I do like that does convey we're total opposites, and so like our demons are different. My demon is physical and yours isn't. So that is cool, and I do like that idea as well of like maybe that callousness and nonchalance is a shield for something darker or something hurt inside of her, and that's why she's in therapy. So that's a really good point, for sure. Neko says, I took that as you're skinny and weak, so I don't know how you're gonna fight it. Good luck. Like, that would work if that is that, but it says, obviously yours isn't physical. You don't look like the physical type, which to me reads as, like, it's not physical because you're not the physical type. So I think if your reading was the intention, I think it should be she should be saying, you're lucky yours isn't physical. You don't look like the physical type. I think that would work really well. It's just obviously yours isn't physical because you aren't physical, you know? You aren't the physical type. That's what doesn't really work. As someone with generalized anxiety disorder, I plead the fifth on how accurate those potential symptoms are. Yeah. Oh my gosh. So Wolf was like, at worst I've seen a black dog-sized thing, and then Eddie goes, can't say I've ever gotten that far. I plead the fifth on how accurate they are, implying it is accurate. I've seen something. I have never gone that far. That is very creepy. Oh, hey, look at me. As it says, in some context, angels are warriors, so I made her a fighter. And yes, deliberately vague on if it's real or not until the end. The other girl starts talking, or even if it's not real, and they both have a bit of non-supernatural problems. Gotcha. So you're saying you did want it to read as, like, potentially it's real and she really did fight it, or they both have mental health issues and she's either messing with her or she can see it too because she also has those issues. I don't know what these memes are about. I'm not sure what you're referring to exactly, Mako. The documenter says, because you aren't physical, give me more of a supernatural reading of, I can tell you aren't the physical type because the physical aura isn't going off of you. That reflects on the narrator's creature boogeyman. If that's the case, like, I get that, and that does make more sense, but if that's the case, I think physical feels like the wrong thing to go for that, because physicalness isn't an aura. Like, physicalness is just, I'm here physically, as opposed to, I'm here non-corporeally. Funny that we're talking about this twice in one stream. Like, that's not, it's not really like, you have physical vibes. It's like more of you have warrior vibes, or you have, you know, you seem strong physically or something like that, as opposed to just physical, you know? Yeah. I don't know what, oh, I guess you're talking about the memes. But anywho, very fun story, Azo. I think you did a great job. Let us go on to Spectre's story. And I believe Spectre is the only one we have unlocked so far. So if you want to unlock Shinny and or Reincarnator, then don't hesitate to cheer during the story and during the praise and critique of it. No, Material would have the same exact problem, because the problem is you have a Material vibe. It's like, gee, thanks. Like, I couldn't tell. It's like I said, it would have to be, you don't seem the warrior type. It would have to be something like that. Like, yours, you know, I mean, again, you would have to change this part too, because even saying you don't look the warrior type, still seems like, obviously yours isn't physical because you're not a warrior. And it's like, I think most things don't care if you're a warrior. They're going to try and kill you anyways. So just having this be different and physical be different, then yeah, she's a Material girl. That would convey the idea of, you know, yeah, this aura isn't going off you. This isn't the type of demon that would go after you. This says just 459 bits to unlock the next story. Gotcha. I guess I was gonna say if somebody does 300, will Twitch offer 100? But no, it'll offer more like 30, I think. You want to see that play with the Valley Girl voice? What, you want me to say that? Material. She's a material girl. You're an immaterial girl. I love that. That could be a good prompt. I'm gonna write that down. I like immaterial girl. Right under wasn't expecting kisses today. Wait. There we go. Twitch gives 10%. Gotcha. Alrighty, room. Of Ghosts and Demons, Mortal Kin, Janaea, by Spectre. 350 words. Janaea didn't come across as the most peaceful of people. She readily acknowledged that. Having hoof feet, a barbed tail, horns, and sharp fangs only endeared her to a very specific crowd. Normally, she didn't mind, but right now, she was trying to persuade a young girl from accepting her help out of a ravine. The girl was in bad shape. Her clothes and skin were torn, she was shivering, and her ankle twisted at an odd angle. If she didn't get her out soon, she'd die of exposure. "Are you a yeti?" the girl asked, clutching her knees. "What? No. How did the girl get yeti? I'm just really pale." And she smiled, before remembering that she was exposing her fangs. She quickly closed her lips and knelt down to the girl's level, extending a hand. "I can help," Janaea continued, trying to sound peaceful. "If you climb onto my back, I can get you out of here." "Mommy said not to go with demons." The girl shrunk away, slowly. "I'm not a demon." Janaea's infamous half-truth. "I'm a ghost." "A mountain ghostie?" the girl asked. "Yes, mountain ghostie, here to guide you back to the surface." The girl reached out a tentative hand and took Janaea's fingers. Really, demons were bad, but ghosts were fine? She'd have to have a word with this girl's mother sometime. Janaea helped the girl to her feet as she climbed onto her back. The ice cracked under her hooves as she kicked them into the ravine to support herself. It was a long, painful ascent. By the time her head poked out, the sun was gone. The only light came from a nearby campfire, what looked like a lamp swaying in the distance. "Stay here. I'll draw their attention," Janaea said to the little girl. She didn't plan on staying long. Whether she'd just saved the girl or eaten it, she'd receive the same treatment from the search party. If she was spotted, she'd draw their attention and then make her silent getaway. People only ever saw the demon. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Sorry I tripped in a couple places. I missed the "and" here and stuff like that. So Spectre told me that Janaea has a British accent, so I tried to do that. Whether I succeeded is up for debate, or maybe not. Maybe I just failed. But I tried. Thank you for the cheers, Mako. Yeah, 10% for stuff over 300. We'll come back to that. It's funny. All right. Well, I very much enjoyed this story. I really like. It's just a sweet thing, and I like the dichotomy of like she looks like a demon but is trying to help. And I think this is very much inside of a universe, but I think this is one of those that works. I mean, I do know the universe, so you guys should say for sure whether it worked or not. But I think that it works very well as a one-off. It's just here's the story of someone who looks demonic, being angelic and helping out. And Spectre had questions that I think I didn't manage to copy them back down. the second time. All right, Spectre, did you type your name? Yes, you did. Wonderful. Which does remind me that... this one? This one. Which does remind me that... that is a new thing that not everybody has done yet. not everybody has gone over to yet. But you are supposed to put your names in the titles now. That, you know, the story by this person, and it is for the reason of what I just did. Is that it helps me to find your story and not have to scroll through them all to find you. And not only that, when other people want to find your stories, just like maybe they want to go back to the backlog of your stories, then they can find all your stories because you have put your name in the titles. So yes, thank you so much for the cheer, Mako and Twitch. Is that our third unlocked? Oh, you meant to do 300. Oh no. Okay, so Spectre's questions. I went back and forth a lot on this one, so I have a few questions. One, is the overall interaction between Janaea and the girl sensible? Janaea does care about the girl and hides her demonic half from her deliberately because she doesn't see any other option. Does that work? Two, I didn't go too far into detail as to what happened to Janaea that would make her so wary of people. Do you think that the story needed that? Three, how does Janaea come across as a character? This is kind of a follow-up from question one, and she does deceive the girl in order to rescue her. I was hoping she'll come across as someone who's willing to help, even if they're forced to lie. Thank you for the cheer, Foggy. Oh, that's so sweet, especially after you were saying you couldn't do it. That's very kind. Yeah, so you guys can answer that in the chat, and I'll probably come back to that at the end. Let's just get into it. This is another thing that's one of the benefits of not just reading it myself, but actually talking to people. So I was fine with it, but somebody who didn't know, the universe, I read this with somebody who doesn't know the universe, and they were saying that this line ended up reading as more casual, as like she lives in the village with other people, and she comes across people, right? If she comes across a certain way, then that probably means she comes across people. And so then it seemed odd at the end when she's away from people and is being searched for. And then kind of similarly, I think this line is more weighty than you realized. Because when I read it, I immediately read it as it endears her to other demons. It endears her to like bad people and demons and stuff like that. As opposed to like, it endears her to the furries. It endears her to the people in town who are into that kind of thing. And so I do think that maybe starting with something like, Janaea spent her days away from people. Like she, having hoof feet, barbed tail, endeared her to a very specific crowd. I think that might be a bit clearer. I don't think it's too big a deal. And like I said, I myself didn't have a problem with it, but I did think that was a valid thing, that if you don't know the universe, you might get the wrong picture of the setting. And of course, I'd love to hear you guys answer in the chat. Answer in the chat that whether you had that confusion or not, and what you thought of that line, if you got that, which image you got, if it was like, oh, demons, or if it was like, oh, just people who are into that. I do think this is another one where the physical description works very well, because you can just go, okay, like she didn't come across as the most peaceful of people. Why is that? well, here's your explanation. And we can tell that look is very demonic. And so I think that is a great use of physical description. Works very well to introduce the story. This is a small thing, but a big thing, which is that trying to persuade a young girl from accepting her help out of a ravine. From means trying to persuade her away from accepting her help. So it sounds like the girl wants her help, and she's trying to persuade her not to accept her help. So I think that needs to say, persuade a young girl into accepting her help. Persuade her into the acceptance, not away from the acceptance. Torn is also a little bit strong of an image for skin. It reads like there's pieces of skin that are like torn off as opposed to like scraped or scratched, though clothes works. So I do think that the setting of this story was a bit murky. So when I got down here, the ice cracked under her hooves, I was like, what ice? And you did say shivering and die of exposure, and I think that was you trying to say, hey, it's cold. But I think especially just because you didn't have an image of snow or anything like that, I did not get the image that there was any ice around. And then, similar but different thing, when you said ravine, it kind of conjures the image of she's up top looking down and trying to get her to help. Like maybe she's hanging on to the side, or like she is at the bottom or something, and Janae's like, hey, grab the rope, or take my hand, or something like that. And so I was rather thrown when it said knelt down to her level. And then while I'm talking about it, the ice cracked under her hooves as she kicked them into the ravine to support herself. I was very confused as to what that was supposed to mean. Because not knowing that we were in an icy place, I was like, wait, I thought we were in a ravine. Are we on an icy pond? And then she kicked them into the ravine to support herself. Almost read to me as like she's sideways in the ravine and like trying to kick her way up because she's sideways. I do not think that's the intention. But I don't really know what kicked them into the ravine to support herself means. Like, I don't know if it means like, oh, there's little pieces of ice and she has to stamp on them so that they don't like hinder her support. But the way it's phrased is odd, and so it just kind of reads as the kick equals the support. And so I'm like, I don't know what that means. Anyways. So I really like the interaction that she has with the girl, and this is one of those things where not looking too deep into it, it's fun, it's enjoyable. But the specific words that are used make me squint a bit. So she asks, are you a Yeti? And especially I have seen pictures of Janaea, but even just from the description without the pictures, nothing about her appearance said Yeti to me. Because a Yeti isn't just monster in the snow. It's a very specific image of giant, fluffy monster. And girl with hooves, then especially if like her bottom half is not white, I don't really think I could mistake her for a Yeti. Or I don't think even a little kid could be like, oh, look, it's a Yeti. And even if she is super pale, which wasn't introduced up above, like, pale skin is very different from big white fluffy monster, you know? So I do like that it's called out. However, it feels like the wrong thing to go for. I think just saying, are you a monster? And then she's like, no, I'm not a monster. I'm a person. And then she's like, oh, you're a demon. No, you know? I think that would work very well. I really like her trying not to expose her fangs, that she smiles and then she's like, oh, actually my smile is not going to endear me to her because I'm showing off my fangs, so let's stop that. That's a really cool detail I really liked. Um, and then I do like, Mommy said not to go with demons. Also, so this is something only I, as someone who knows the context, will ask. But I'm very curious, because as far as I understand and remember it, we are in your world's version of hell. So that makes me really curious if, like, her mom and her are both there, like, either they died and are here, or they were banished to here together, or if the girl's here alone and is repeating something her mom said back in the land of the living. So very curious about that. I like the phrase of infamous half-truth. I think that's very intriguing and interesting. However, it's not infamous to these readers who are just reading this as a one-off for the first time. And so I think saying something more like, it was half true, or not really mentioning it, I think would work a bit better. Because as is, it kind of reads like we're supposed to get it, but most readers aren't going to get it. And then the ghost thing. Oh my goodness. We're talking about this a third time. Okay. There's 3 things about the ghost thing. Number 1 is ghosts aren't usually corporeal. I guess it's just the prompt, because the prompt talks about angels and demons. I guess that's why we're talking about this so much. But there are totally universes where ghosts are a corporeal thing, and I understand this is probably just one of those. However, usually what I think, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, when I think of a ghost, I think of, yes, big, floaty, transparent person that you cannot touch. And so it feels odd to be like, I can help you, climb on my back, I'm a ghost, you know? So that's the first odd thing about it. And then the second thing is, so on the one hand, it seems weird to be like, oh, you're a ghost, that's great, when ghosts can easily be quite scary and not be something you want to go with. And so in that sense, like, you know, this line of Janaea's works well. The problem with it is that she said it. And so it's kind of like, she's trying to get her to go with her. And so if she's trying to get her to go with her, then being like, oh, really, what a weirdo, ghosts are fine? Why'd you say that you were a ghost to make her want to go with you then, if you didn't think that ghosts should be fine? And then on the other hand, the thing is that, like, I can also, on the other hand, totally see why ghosts would be fine when demons aren't. Because generally ghosts are the souls of the dead that are lingering around on Earth, which is weird to think about, being in a version of hell, as opposed to them specifically being on Earth and not going to hell. But anyways, and now that I'm thinking about it, like, maybe that is more close to the truth, that if Janaea is actually dead, then she is a spirit who is dead. Anyways, but, so yeah, ghosts, yeah, they could actually be potentially nice, that it could be that this is just a person who died, and so that totally is much better than demon, generally thought of as an evil creature by nature. And so in that sense, it's kind of odd that she's thinking, why are ghosts fine when demons aren't? So I like the conversation. I like the, you know, I'm a ghost. A mountain ghosty? Yep, mountain ghosty here to guide you back to the surface. Super cute. I do really like that, and I kind of like the idea of it's almost like a will-o'-the-wisp kind of thing, like, I'm the ghost guiding you back where you need to go. I'm the protector of this mountain kind of thing. So, and then I do think it's cute, her having this internal monologue and stuff like that. There's just a lot of questions that that specific one brings up. And so I feel like going more general with potentially both of these would help. So saying, like, are you a monster? And then I don't know exactly what she should say there, but I think there's something you could go with that might fit a little better. Oh, one I thought it was fawn. So, like, I I mean, I think it can be spelled Faun or Fawn. But they're those creatures, or a satyr, like those creatures that have their bottom half is furry and has hooves and stuff like that. I feel like that would work very well. Just to say, I'm not a demon, I'm a fawn, or I'm a satyr. Yeah, like at least to me, I generally think of those as neutral to kind creatures, and so I think that would, and they're corporeal, and so I think that would work a lot better than ghost. Let's do nitpicky, but if she was in there for hours and it's cold, it's a little strange that Janaea's campfire didn't go out, but not too bad. And then I'll draw their attention. So I was confused about this because I read it as stay here, I'll draw their attention. As in, I'm going to go out there and get them to follow me so they don't come after you, so they don't hurt you. And so then it feels odd that it proceeds to say, like, they're going to, we don't know what they're going to do, but we assume it's bad. They're going to kill her, torture her, flay her alive, something, if she's spotted. And so it feels odd to say, I'm going to specifically go out there to draw their attention. They are going to flay me alive if I go out there and get their attention. And so, as I was talking to other people, I think the intention might have been, I'll draw their attention so they come to you, so they come rescue you, but I don't want them to see me. And so it's more of, I'll bang some of my pots around or something to get their attention, but hide. But if that is the intention, that does work, but the phrasing is very confusing because I'll draw their attention to me very clearly means I am drawing their attention to me. And so saying something more like, stay here, I'll make some noise, or something along those lines, or I'll, because I think what you mean to say is, I'll draw their attention to you, but it reads as, I'll draw their attention to me. And so I think you need to be a little bit more explicit about it. And then whether she'd saved the girl or eaten it. So I think it is a pretty big problem in this line because you don't really use it for people. And so her using it implies that she does not think of the girl as a people. She doesn't think of her as a human being worth, calling her. And because of that, this line makes it sound like eating her was an option. And so it's like, oh yeah, like I might have saved her, I might have eaten her. It was a toss-up for what I was gonna do. Either way, they would have reacted the same. But I don't think that's the intention. I think the intention is, I would not have eaten her. But if I did do the horrible thing, they would react the same way as if I did the angelic thing. So I think if you said, or eaten her, then that would work a lot better. And then I really like this last line, though I have some thoughts and questions about it because, on the one hand, like everybody's seeing the demon and the girl is calling her a demon, and stuff like that. But also at the same time, the girl did change her mind. The girl did go, oh yeah, like I can see that you're wanting to help, and did let her help. Now granted, it was because she told her it was a ghost, and so maybe if she was a little more knowledgeable about Janaea's actual situation, maybe she wouldn't see her as anything other than a demon. But it's an interesting thought. Yeah, so I realized as I was going through this, I had much more critiques than I thought I did. But to be clear, like, in general, I really like the story. This is another one where I was just like, yeah, if I didn't sink my teeth into it to read it on the stream, like, maybe I would have squinted at Yeti a bit and stuff like that. But for the most part, I'm just like, it's super cute and fun. I really like it. I think it's a great use of the prompt of, like, here is this person who looks demonic and might even be half demon, acting angelic. Like, inside she's an angel, but outside she's a demon, and she's trying to save this girl, I think is very sweet and cute, and I like it a lot. And like I said, despite my critiques for the specificity of like Yeti and Ghost, their dialogue flows super well. She really does sound like a kid. It does sound like how you might talk to a kid to help them. So yeah, I think it flows very well and is very cute and works. And then yeah, so let's go back to your questions. So is the overall interaction between Janaea and the girl sensible? Janaea does care about the girl and hides her demonic half from her deliberately because she doesn't see any other option. Does that work? So I'm not really sure what you mean by sensible. I wanted to ask you earlier, but I didn't, because I assume you're asleep now. But yeah, so sensible in terms of like, does it make sense? Like, does it flow well? Yeah, absolutely. Like, I did have some critiques for it, but just overall, I don't think there was anything wrong with the interaction itself. Like, just the interaction of, oh, you don't seem human. Are you this thing? No, I'm not this thing. Are you a demon? No. And it's kind of a half-truth. And then, you know, she's just trying to help her. Like, yeah, I think that flows well. That seems sensible to me. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by hide her demonic half, because she does, like, stop smiling to avoid exposing her fangs. And so I like that. I thought that worked as well, of her trying to hide these demonic features as much as she can. However, at the same time, she can't really hide it. And so she more has to convince her that this half is something other than demon than she is, like, hiding it. And that works for me. I didn't go too far into detail as to what happened to Janaea that would make her so wary of other people. Do you think the story needed that? Honestly, I felt more confused by your question, because I thought it was just that people don't treat her well because she has a demonic half, whether that just be she has her bottom half looks demonic and she has horns and stuff, or if she's literally half demon. People don't treat her well, and I feel like that's a fair reason to be wary of people. And like, they're gonna do something bad to her if they find her. That's a fair reason to be wary. So it actually felt stranger that you were like, I didn't go into why she's wary of people. I was like, didn't realize there was more reason that she would be wary than just they're gonna try to do something bad, because she looks demonic. Larry, how does Janaea come across as a character? This is kind of a follow-up question from one, as she does deceive the girl in order to rescue her. I was hoping she'll come across as someone who's willing to help, even if they're forced to lie. So this is an interesting question, because it read to me more like that scene in one of the Spider-Man movies where he takes the mask off. Like, there's a kid who's like hanging over the edge, and he takes the mask off and is like, if you put this on, it will give you powers. Like, is that a lie? Yeah, it is. But it doesn't really feel like a lie. It's more of like, I'm going to tell you, this is a kid, and I'm trying to save their life. And so I'm going to tell them a story to get their life saved. And like, in this moment, like, telling the complete and utter truth is not more useful than saving their life. And it doesn't feel like the same as if they were sitting around the campfire and she's like, and the girl was like, are you a demon? And she's like, no, totally not. Mm-mm. You know, that would be more of a direct lie. But the fact that she's like telling her a story of, oh, I'm a mountain ghost, you know. Why did that sound like mountain goat? I'm a mountain ghost. And like, yes, that's a lie, but it reads more of like, I'm telling you a story to help you save your life. And so it doesn't read as like, unethical, or like Janaea is a liar overall. Let's see. I was hoping she'll come across as someone who's willing to help even if they're forced to lie. Yeah, like, I don't know that she came across as exactly that way, in the sense of, like, I don't know if in a different situation, let me try to think of an example. well, I don't know. I was gonna say, like, maybe, like, a friend of hers gets captured into slavery, and she goes in there and she's like, actually, I'm their master, and I'm going to, you're taking my property, and, like, she's not their master, and they're her friend. Like, I was gonna say, like, oh, I don't know that I think she would lie in that situation, but as I come up with it, yeah, I think she would. Considering the person that I've seen her as, yeah, I think she'd lie there to get her friend out. So maybe that does come across then, that it's like, okay, yeah, she'll help even if she has to lie to do so. But it's just kind of the situation of when you have an element of life or death, or like slavery or imprisonment or something like that, you have a really big thing like that, big evil happening to someone, and you're lying to get them out of it. That feels different from just lying in general, if that makes sense. So Janaea doesn't come across as a liar and a deceiver in general. She just comes across as someone who's trying to help, if that makes sense. Let's see what folks have been saying. Not nothing over in the public chat. Can't say I ever thought of comparing myself to a Yeti due to my whiteness, says Eddie, and I compare myself to office paper on the reg, and anyone who knows me personally has yet to disagree with the comparison. Oh, that's funny. I feel like I could have a similar comparison. I mean, I feel like in this camera I look more pink, but like if you saw me in real life, you'd be like, that's paper. Yes. Oh, Foggy, I haven't called a snow cone before. My response is waffle cone or kid cone. That's great. The problem is what region of the UK for the accent. Yeah, I was not... I just, like, when I was trying to figure out how to do it, I just looked up, like, British accent help, and I don't know that it helped that much. But I was not going to be like... How do people talk in Edinburgh or something like that? It's just British accent. I paused a Black Butler episode. I feel honored that I'm worth pausing a Black Butler episode for. Is it the high school arc, or is it high school the school arc? Furry's demons potato. That's especially funny after your line above it is about pronunciation. Oh, that's funny. Reminds me when I heard someone say that the reason they call lawyers solicitors in Ireland is because lawyer sounds like liar in their accent. That's great. Is that what Jonathan is in Dracula? Is he a lawyer? Nice. I'm a people. Talking a lot about Ireland. You do have a satyr in your story, don't you? Gotcha. Fawn, F-A-U-N, is the mythological spelling. F-A-W-N is baby deer. And satyrs are traditionally exclusively male. Gotcha. Oh, satyrs were the male version of nymphs. I didn't realize that. Sounds like a good opening line. You could touch a ghost, but only once. That is great. Oh, nice. Alrighty-roo. Well, we have shinies unlocked. If you guys want to unlock reincarnators, then make sure that you cheer during the story and during the praise and critique of it. The Dark Lord Remembers by Shinny. 348 words. He spent his days slouching in his throne, shrouded in his iron mask and black cloak. alone in the dimly lit expanse of the great hall of his fortress of fear, alone among the innumerable stone hallways and drafty chambers of his palace of pain, alone in the barren wasteland, holed up in his stronghold of solitude. Alone. As he slumped there, he tried to remember as far back as he could. He browsed through memories of clashing metal, raging fires and exploding earth, heard jeers of hate mingling with cries of dismay, felt screams of anguish and loss echoing round his mind, all compressed together in a leaden mass of anger and loathing for the world. It was all he could remember. It was all he'd ever known. A flash of movement caught his eye. In one move, he sprang from his seat and drew his sword. A white butterfly was fluttering through the window, dancing among the somber shadows of the great hall. The Dark Lord paused his attack and watched the delicate creature flap its way across the room. Watched as it got caught in an old cobweb, silky lines wrapping around its fragile wings. Watching it struggling, fighting, thrashing. He put down his sword. He reached out a pair of iron gloves to the desperate creature. Then, with surprisingly nimble fingers, he undid the webs binding the frail insect. It rested on his finger. He peered at the little thing curiously. As it opened and closed its wings, it then sprang into the air and flew back out the window. He watched it flutter away across the barren horizon, under the smoke-filled sky. He wondered where it could have come from. And then, out of the deepest recesses of his mind, another memory raised its head. Two small hands cupped before him, a white butterfly resting within, and two larger, warmer, softer hands wrapped around his. The Dark Lord glanced back out the window. A ray of sunlight had broken through the thick clouds. Then, leaving his sword behind, he marched away and exited the door. And throw up those moths and monsters cheer for this story if you loved it. Which says, you'd only need 800 to cheer 800 bits to unlock the last story. Well, if you want to do that, now is the time. Alrighty, Roo. I greatly enjoyed this story as well. So I'm really glad that we got to read this story, because this is one where I felt like chatting with the chat would be a good thing to do. So I actually thought the prompt was fairly clear in this one, but everyone I've talked to, and in this case I talked to even more people, everyone I've talked to said that the prompt was either not there or not clear. And so I'm really curious how that happened. I'm really curious what you guys in the chat think. Because I read it like this. I read it as, it is a reversal of the prompt, where a demonic creature is acting angelic, that a fanged creature is acting angelic. And so it's a sense of, here's the Dark Lord, everything is horrible, and all their memories are of war, and here they are helping this poor little creature. Here they are doing this angelic act of helping this butterfly. So that came through pretty clearly to me, but it didn't seem to come through clearly to anybody else I've talked to. So I'm curious, what did you guys think, and why did you think either way? Why was that not clear, or why was that clear? One thing I will say that I think could have been the problem is that the butterfly's wings are white. And so I think that might have made people immediately go, butterfly is obviously the angel, but I don't see the fangs. Not realizing that actually it's meant to be the Dark Lord is the fanged thing that is acting angelic. This story is very cool because the vibes are immaculate. I really like the vibes on this one. This is another situation where usually we don't do setting. Usually we gotta stay away from setting. This story is a lot of setting. And that setting is so striking, and I think it works very well, especially because in this case, the setting fits with the character and the atmosphere, that the setting and the character kind of seem to have melded into one. And like he is his castle, kind of, in a way. He is alone he is in the Palace of Pain, he's in pain, like all these things. And so, though I did realize that I think that I did also get some imagery that wasn't directly in the story, because I got this imagery of it's almost a ruin, that I don't imagine a place that's full of lights and torches and stuff and he's just alone. I very much was imagining this as like this castle is almost a ruin, but there's somebody still living there, and that kind of mirrors how he is, that he's pretty much a ruin but he's still alive. And I was imagining it as snowy. I was imagining it that we have like the big high medieval windows and there's snow coming in through the window and this white butterfly just comes in. And that like snow and ruin stuff is not in there. And then especially because there is like the sunlight and stuff at the end, makes me think I maybe might have imagined something stronger than what you were going for. But nonetheless, I do, regardless if I imagined it correctly, I do really like your imagery. I like your alliteration. And I do think it's interesting, the idea of he's wearing his mask and his cloak even though he doesn't need to. Like, there's nothing he needs to protect himself from, there's nothing he needs to hide himself from, and yet he still is wearing his like Dark Lord clothing and not being the man that he is underneath. And I think that's very interesting and cool. I'm curious, what did you guys think of the alone here? Because I had mixed feelings. The first time I read it, I really liked it. And the part that I do still like about it is just like, the important part is not the grand names of the Fortress of Fear, the Palace of Pain, the Stronghold of Solitude. That's not important. The important part is he's alone. And I think it's kind of this sort of sets up this contrast between, yes, I'm in my amazing castle, I'm a Dark Lord, but that's not what's important. What's important is I'm alone. And so I do like it for that. But the other aspect of it is that he's alone in his Fortress of Fear, he's alone in his Palace of Pain, he's alone in his Stronghold of Solitude, he's alone in his Stronghold of Aloneness. Did you get that he's alone? So that the second time I read it, I had more of that issue. So I'm curious how it read to you guys. Were you more of the like, no, I really liked it, I thought it was deep, and focusing on like the alone part is what matters, or were you more on the, it felt very repetitive and like I got it kind of thing? Because I could see both. But in general, I do just really like that image of desolation and loneliness and fear, pain, and solitude. I think are good words for it. I like slumped there, that he's just like slumped in his throne, like not even sitting tall anymore. And then, so I like this whole paragraph, but I also feel like, funnily enough, it wasn't given as much emphasis as I might want, simply for the reason of the second time I read it, I was like, oh yeah, it did mention that he was going through memories. Because the title is The Dark Lord Remembers, and after I left it the first time, I was just left with this memory. And I was like, why was it called The Dark Lord Remembers when it's only one memory? Okay, whatever. But then I read it the second time and it was like, oh no, he literally browsed through his memories. Why did I forget that? And I guess it's just because it's all very, like, I don't know how exactly to explain it, but it's not very striking, I guess I'd say, that this feels very similar to this. And so maybe my brain kind of ended up skipping over it. And so maybe going to more specific memories, maybe a couple of paragraphs where we have like, yes, like he browses through, like, here's a memory of a fire and like somebody trapped and screaming in the fire, exploding earth, like bits of somebody going all over the place. Maybe something more specific would have, stuck more, like, oh, okay, we're going through the memories as opposed to just raging fires, exploding earth, tears of hate, my brain more easily kind of skips over that. And I do like the loathing for the world thing at the end, though, that it's like, oh yes, I did all these horrible things, but in the end it's all coming from this place of like anger and loathing and potentially like maybe going back to Hellenic's story, like maybe a desire for justice or something like that. And I do like this idea of it was all he'd ever known, and then we learn, wait, actually it wasn't all he'd ever known. I think that's kind of interesting and cool. I also like, you didn't describe this directly, but this is the image I got, and if this is the image you wanted, I think you did that very well, of like creating this image without describing it explicitly, which is the idea of we're in this place that is so desolate and soundless and alone that even the flapping of a butterfly's wings can be heard. And that is such a beautiful image. I love that so much. And that might be part of why I got the image of the snow, because snow like deafens things and muffles them. And so that would make the wing beats even stronger sounding. And so, yeah, I just love the idea of, like, even the, like, if you're in a place that's bustling with movement, you're not going to notice a butterfly going through the window. You're not going to see it. You're not going to hear it. But because he's all alone and everything is just silent, then he very, like, this is very noticeable. He immediately goes for it and he can hear it very strongly. And I think that's very cool, especially when you think about things like the butterfly effect, that, you know, that stepping on a butterfly could change the course of history. This kind of has those vibes to me, that saving a butterfly could change the course of a Dark Lord's life. I think that's really cool. I think his attack is a little bit awkward because he wasn't really attacking. Like, he just, you know, drew his sword, or like in his process of drawing his sword, it's not like he's you know, attacking. Wait, it's a butterfly. You know, it's more of like, okay. You know, just puts it back. It's a butterfly. So I think just saying Dark Lord paused works better. And there's an ad. I keep not seeing you guys. Actually, I don't know. Well, I'll say it anyways. Would those of you who have the little channel points that allows you to highlight stuff, can you do that when there's an ad incoming so that I can see it? I don't want to like make you use your points when you don't want to, but that would be useful to me. Oh no, because I have the stream on my phone and desktop. The desktop keeps lagging, probably because of my home internet being used by at least 3 different devices. But isn't that true all the time? And it's usually fine. What's going on? And you have 32.1 thousand channel points. Wow, like how many months have I had this channel? So March, April, May, June, July, August, and then I don't know if you count September, but 6 or 7 months is enough to get 32,000. Wow. Please give me things to use them on. Okay, cool. Highlights 100 points. I have 41.8 thousand. Wow. Gotcha. Rather I've been playing Splatfest plus his phone. So I assume you're saying this is not normal. Anyways, so we seem to be back. Alright. And then I like the cobweb image. Though it's kind of funny because it kind of reads like the butterfly beeline for it. That it's like, wow, look at this great place. Ha! Thunk! You know. I think it works because I assume that was not the case. It was just like, it's just flying around and gets caught. But it's kind of funny. And I do just like the image of getting caught. I also really like the surprisingly nimble fingers line, because I think that also is part of what better conveys that he is acting angelic, is that you could have described it as like he's very clumsy, you know, he's he almost hurts it, or he does hurt it or something like that, trying to release it. But surprisingly, Nimble Fingers shows, hey, there's this side to him that isn't being shown. That he's this Dark Lord, but he is able to free this butterfly with surprising ease. Is showing that he is more capable of good than we might think. And then a very cute image of it resting on his finger. Oh, I didn't see the smoke-filled sky. So yeah, that is a very different image than the snow. So that's curious. Because I very much read this story as, like, this is after all his conquests. That, like, it's been, like, at least weeks, if not months, if not years, since he has done Dark Lordy things. Right now, he's just kind of sitting in his castle, rotting away. And so, smoke-filled sky, though, kind of implies that this is maybe smoke from one of his latest conquests. That he just went home after a conquest and was like, this kind of sucks, you know? So I do like the memory, but I think that my biggest critique does come down to this memory, because this feels like it's meant to be very important, especially because it inevitably leads to him leaving. But I don't really get what is so impactful to him about it. That I assume this is like a dad or a mentor or something. And it's also the idea of this was all he'd ever known is death and destruction. And then he realizes, wait, that's not all I've ever known. I have known kindness. And so I do like that a lot. But I do think having the memory be exactly the same, except for two bigger hands and not really elaborating more, leaves me wanting more. Leaves me going, okay, like, you remembered something nice. You remembered your dad. That's nice. But I don't really get the intense, like, this is a complete character 180, or this is a complete, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to be a Dark Lord anymore. I don't really get what causes that strong of a reaction to that. And so I feel like instead of, you know, basically repeating what was said before, using these words to describe the difference and why this is important, or his reaction to it, I think would be more useful. That said, I do really like the ending, and I like that it feels like the story is so simple and subtle, but it does feel like it goes somewhere, because it could so easily just be like, okay, here's the Dark Lord on his throne. Dark Lord saves a butterfly. Back to the throne, you know, and just like, okay, the Dark Lord acted angelic, all right. That would be fine, but I do think that it's much more impactful to have it be like, this seems small, but it actually was significant. Kind of going back to what I was saying about, like, saving one butterfly can save the Dark Lord, you know, killing one butterfly can end the world, kind of thing. Which is not what happened in that story, but, you know, change the world entirely. So yeah, I do really like that idea of, like, he's like, this sucks. Like, I'm sitting here alone. I don't want to be alone anymore. And saving this butterfly makes him realize that. I do really like that. I think that's very cool. I just want to know more of what led to that decision. I think that would have taken it up a notch and potentially done a better job of conveying the prompt to other people who couldn't really see it. Which, let's see what folks have been saying, if they answered my question about that. Would have thought a Xanathar type character being the focus. Who's Xanathar? Arith says, I think for me it was that the butterfly with the white wings seemed like the angel figure, so I didn't appear that the fangs related to an angelic figure. Yeah, so it does sound like what I was saying before, that do you think if the butterfly was a different color, like orange or blue, do you think that angel image would have come across as strongly, or do you think you would have still been like, no, I still got confused because I thought it was the butterfly? Surprised no one took inspiration from the Aztec gods? What's that about? Ghoulish says, for context, Xanathar is an insane beholder, crime lord, and Waterdeep that has a pet goldfish that he adores. That's great. Um, Ghoulish says, you could have just ended the paragraph with alone. So like, in his barren wasteland, holed up in his stronghold of solitude, alone. Yeah, that could maybe work. Or, I mean, like I said, you could just have it, like, there's a couple other options. You could just have it as is, alone, da-da-da-da, alone, da-da-da-da, alone, da-da-da-da, and leave it there. It also works to repeat it. Another option would be, in the dimly lit expanse of the great hall of his fortress of fear, alone. Among the innumerable stone hallways and drafty chambers in his palace of pain, alone. In the barren wasteland, holed up in his stronghold of solitude, alone. I don't know if that would have worked better than what you have, but that's an option. I'm so lonely. Arith says, if he's alive, he's got to eat. Who's doing the cooking? Does he just eat moldy, dry bread? Maybe he's just an animated skeleton left in a suit of armor. Hence, no eating, no need for a cook or servants or anything. Hence, very alone. Yeah, that is a question. I just kind of accepted it as like, oh yeah, maybe he's a lich, or maybe he goes out into the woods and hunts and comes back home. He is in the Great Hall. That would have been kind of an interesting image if he was eating by himself, if instead of sitting on his throne, he was sitting at the table, and this table is meant for like 50 people, and he's just sitting there eating his bangers and mash alone, that could work too in a different way. Lonely skeleton is lonely, yes. Yeah, Mako said the same thing. He could go out and hunt or raid villages once a week for groceries. Totally. That would be funny if it wasn't a raid. He just like every week came down from his castle to go get his potatoes and stuff. And then everyone's like, oh, hey, it's Jeremy, the Dark Lord. He's come for his potatoes. And then oh, that's so funny. And then he actually leaves and joins. Aw, those ads make me sad because I miss reactions to Kaylee on stream. Well, you could decide you are cocooned in silk on the Discord, but if you want the benefit of not seeing ads, you could switch it so you're a cocooned on Twitch instead. It's the same benefits. Ads pay, Kaylee, so please don't be sad. You mean, yes, they do indeed. That is true. Didn't think of that. Aw, that actually helps improve my mood as I do want to help Kaylee. That's very sweet. Yeah, grocery run. We like food indeed. I don't know Kirby well enough to get the reference. Plot twist, him leaving is just him deciding to get groceries because the butterflies make him hungry. That's hilarious. Yep, that's the opposite, or yeah, a new version of butterfly effect. Mako says, oh right, I've written prompt inversions before, so I wouldn't count that against it in general, but saving a butterfly doesn't seem like a particularly angelic act, though I guess it could be a lot for a Dark Lord of pure evil. Yeah, that was kind of what I was thinking, is that, like, this is a creature that he could easily either ignore or just, like, zap and kill. And if all he's known is, like, fires, explosions, dismay, anguish, anger, loathing, like, that, I think that is meant to convey, like, he's really bad. This is the kind of guy who would hurt a fly. And so the fact that he is saving this butterfly, I get that, I understand that it's like, I want something a little bigger than that. But for me personally, it worked because it was that image of, like, he's a Dark Lord of pure evil, but he did something that wasn't evil. He's a Dark Lord. All Dark Lords are top tier chefs. Amazing. That's that is something I realize that is something that ends up getting at least briefly touched upon in my corrupted fairy tale universe. But anyway, so that is fair. That, yeah, perhaps changing it to maybe like an animal that maybe, like, I don't know how exactly it would work, but somehow all I can think of is like an animal's trapped in a trap and he walks up and saves them, or maybe I guess that could go along with the food thing. Like maybe he's out hunting for his food and he goes to check the traps, but then he sees like this creature is still alive in the trap, and maybe like I don't know, maybe there's like a fox caught in a trap, and then like the fox pups are like whining for their mother, and he's like, yeah, I'm not gonna kill you. Like he lets it go. That could work. It could also be like a person. Maybe there's like a lost person who comes up to the castle and is like, please, I'm dying out here, give me a place to stay. Maybe it's like a little girl or something, some reason that he'd be particularly endeared to them. And then he's like, okay, you can stay, kind of thing. That could maybe work. Bring me the dark meatloaf. Nice. All right. Well, it looks like, let's see, we're go back. Okay. Looks like Reincarnators has unfortunately not been unlocked, but hopefully Reincarnator will submit to the backup readings, because that is a great little story worth discussing. Thank you so much. Oh. Let's see, can I show the cat? I can show the cat. Okay. Ah! I have to hold it, but I can show her. Where's Amita? There. There's the kitty. What Kaylee just described reminds me of the start of Castlevania. Oh, you mean like Lisa arriving at Dracula's door? Yeah, that is totally those vibes. But anywho, it is time to announce the prompt for next week. So, oh, sorry, cat. I had to use one hand so that I could film you, but that scared you.
Yeah, sleepy kitty.
That would have been an amazing prompt inversion if it was like a Dracula Lisa situation where like a little girl shows up at his door or a lady or something like that.
Majestic kitty, yes.
Surprisingly dark, even though I do have the light on. Yes, get out those drum rolls. It's time to announce the prompt for next week. And I gotta... Oh no. Here, maybe I can put it around. There we go. That's better. You can see her nose as I grab Discord. Gotta get rid of my my notification. I just went to the meme corner to get the black part to go away, and I just thought, do I put pants on? I don't know. I think that might be a good idea. Alrighty, Rue. Okay, and we have Death Says lovely little chart. In third place, we have a... No. Yes? Yes. We have a tie. Each with 15 votes. We have The Darkness of Another Soul and Who Are You People? Both great prompts. I was kind of hoping for The Darkness of Another Soul because I could write a sequel, but one day, but not today. And Who Are You People, I believe, is a completely new one.
That's a good girl.
Is a completely new one that skyrocketed to the top. So keep submitting that one, Lee. Not our prompt, though. In second place with 17 votes is Till Death Do Us Part. I am certain that will win one day, but I'm curious when that day will be. I kind of thought that this might be the day. I think that's the closest it's gotten to winning in a while, but it is not the day. Our prompt with 19 votes is Drinking the Stars. And I can just show you. So this was one time where... Oh, wrong one. There were just so many votes in the actual, like, announcements vote that the supporter vote could not outweigh it. So that is something to think about. That multiple times lately, the supporter vote has decided the final outcome. But if you have enough votes, enough of a lead, then you can do it. But yes, so this is our prompt, and Wolf told me what it came from. So let me go find that. He said it's a quote misattributed to Dom Perignon. He had literally said it when he tried sparkling wine, what would later be called champagne, for the first time. In actuality, it was a marketing push from back in the 19th century. Yeah, it's a quote about champagne, the making of which was influenced by French Benedictine monk Dom Pierre Perignon. And yes, he is the namesake of the champagne brand. So I honestly was very much not expecting that as the answer. I totally thought it would be something more fantastical, that it's like, oh yes, I heard a quote from a video game about how it's like, I will become a god and drink the stars. And so that's kind of fun, that it's just like, no, it's about champagne. That's very cute. No, you didn't miss your story. Unfortunately, it ended up not getting unlocked. Bella's unimpressed with our prompt, Sab. More likely Bella's just sleepy in general. Just having to go back to sleepy time. Yeah, she's just sleepy all the time. You didn't get unlocked. Sorry, dude. I don't know why that phrase is funny to me. But yeah, so you can go with either of the things I just said. Like, I actually feel... This is really interesting because I was honestly not expecting this prompt to win because it's very unassuming. And we got some dark and spooky prompts, and you guys tend to go for dark and spooky. And so I was very much not expecting the more unassuming and potentially bright one to win. But now I'm super curious what you guys are going to do with it. I mean, I'm curious regardless, but I'm curious what you guys were drawn to about this prompt and what you're going to come up with. So yeah, so you could have it be like a literal drinking of the stars, like it makes me think of the story that inspired the moon in the jar prompt, that it's like trying to scoop up the stars and drink them kind of thing. Or maybe a god or celestial being really could drink the stars. Maybe the stars are in your world, like, makes me think of Death's Head's story about the stars being people, and like maybe in your world, the stars are like boba that you put in a boba tea, you know, that you can, or like Corian has a universe about catching stars. And so maybe those stars could be blended up into a smoothie, or something like that. So it could be literal. It could be just like a show of power. Like I said, like, I'll become a god and drink the stars. So it could be, maybe they can't literally drink the stars, but that could be a sign of power, of something you could do. Maybe there's some kind of potion that looks really starry, and people are like, oh yes, it's like you're drinking the stars. And like, even going to like Arith's story from this week, maybe drinking a Fae's blood could, maybe that has the experience of it tastes like drinking the stars. Or maybe it is someone is high and they're or drunk or something, and they're like, I feel like I'm drinking the stars. You could literally go for champagne. That actually could be very cute, just to go for that idea of that. It makes me think of, there's a line in the manhwa, Who Made Me a Princess, when she drinks this tea and is like, it's like flowers are blooming in my mouth. And so it could be that kind of thing where it's a normal drink, but it's just being described as drinking the stars, no matter what that drink might be. So I actually think there's quite a bit that you can do with this, and it's very, very interesting. So Starry Brand Soda, yeah, it could be a brand that has to do with the stars. Mm-hmm. All right. Drinking stars. I'm imagining an alien hearing about Milky Way and slowly traversing towards us with a big straw. That's fantastic. I love that. Starlight Coke. Oh, perfect. Korean says that's the world I plan on using for this week. That's awesome. Ghoulish, this is one where I was like, probably won't win, but it might inspire other prompts. Oops. Is this the first time that you submitted this prompt? Interesting. Korean says there's a food theory video and articles saying space potentially tastes like raspberries. That's hilarious, and I want to know more. The phrase is used to describe effervescence. Yes, so yeah, you could do any kind of effervescent drink, be it soda, champagne, or something else. Or it could be effervescence in a different kind of way. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking about how I described, like, Savion laughing for the first time as effervescent, and wonder if I could do something like that, you know, but anything that you could describe as effervescent could potentially fit as well. So great prompt. Very excited to see where you guys go with it. But it is time to go for the day. If you're not read on stream, you're not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. They happen in the writing group chat, the writing group voice chat, and the backup queue. And it's first come, first serve, so make sure you submit your story to the backup queue. And you can read it yourself, you can have somebody else read it, you can just lurk, whatever you want to do. There's a lot more back and forth discussion and voice, but it is a great time. Belching the stars, vomiting the stars, that's great. That could be a way to go, of like, somebody, I drank too many stars and vomited them up. Yeah, who do you guys want me to raid? Join us, or else no stars for you. Yeah, it could be like a rich person's drink that they're like hoarding or something. A nebula is mostly gas. Turn the gas into a liquid. Looking for a raid target friend. Fishlips13 is streaming. That's great. All right. If nobody has anything else to say, I'm cool with heading over to Fishlips. All right. But it has been a great time. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. And I'm excited to see you next time and see what happens after you drink the stars. That could be a way to go too. Less about the drinking part and more about what happens afterwards, like the cactus juice episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender. But yes, so I will see you all next time. This is always a weird thing where it's like, I say goodbye, but then I have to wait for the raid to load. Alrighty. Bye-bye.